ずま走り炎の戦士を照らす飛び散れ筋肉ビーム勝利に向かって私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight 私は強い筋肉マン走る見事にああ心に愛がなければスーパーヒーローじゃないのさ筋肉マン Go fight
Alright folks, today is the day. We put it off for a couple of months, was it? Last touched Europa Universalis 5 in December, and today is the day when the 1.1.0 beta branch finally comes out for all of us brave kings and queens to stress test the beta build publicly, see what works, what doesn't. But for the rest of the cautious folk, it's kind of a preview of things to come. There's been dev diaries and things released here or there over the past weeks. But it's always different seeing how it plays IRL. There's always that disconnect between what the intent is and what the real expression is, which is why there's been all sorts of patches and hot fixes and beta branches throughout the course of Europa Universalis 5's November, December, January 3-month life. So we have our inauguration game here, our inaugural campaign, from all the way back in the first version of the game. This is a hodgepodge game now that has had so many different changes stapled to it. We're playing on a map of the world that has RGOs in places where they aren't going to be at start for a campaign started today. I'm sure we're missing locations, like straight on missing locations that weren't added at the very start of the game but were subsequently added throughout November. I know that's some of the things that the inaugural version's missing out on. And so now we gotta see, how is this campaign going to survive? One, as far as compatibility goes, because this is day one version campaign on 3 months later 1.1.0 beta version. But also, there have been a lot of gameplay and mechanical changes that were pretty exciting, but are also pretty big. Proximity is a big one. Proximity now is calculated based on road network to capital. So, it's not enough that a place is close enough to have supply. If there's no road, then it's not part of the proximity network until you build one. But it's also more overtly from the capital. So, in various maps they put out, what would be broad ranges of proximity compress really tight. And to accommodate that, they have new, governor buildings to radiate proximity from. And on average, you could have a maximum of 2, I think, when you get to the point where you're a kingdom of decent size and ability. Okay, let's take a look. This is the world as we left it back in December. Our little Napoli has expanded to 2 Sicilies, has become Italy, has now become the dominant Mediterranean power, controlling half of Spain, southern France, most of the Greek islands, the best parts of Egypt, and colonies bouncing down Africa. Owombo, Kunene should have joined Owombo. They could have. But I think there's also a way to merge colonies now, too. It used to be if you wanted to merge a colony, you had to, like, make them go to war with each other. Owombo spread themselves all the way down here. Lower Zambezi, just to bounce us to Madagascar, to give us a little bit on Reunion and their neighbors, to give us range to bounce to Australia. I was gonna make it West Australia and East Australia, but Kundal got aggressive in colonizing, and now there's no point having Riyaya Kalun and our Indonesian colonies in Ogun and Banten for spices. I didn't want to colonize too much. Who's this? Alba. I didn't want to colonize too far out into the Pacific because I wanted my cousins to have their independence, and I figured, well, I've got this wall of colonies here. Europe can't get around, so I put this wall up, and so it should be safe for everyone in the Pacific. And Scotland goes. I knew that they had. Who's this? Republic of Rapa Nui is independent. Governor Gilbert, Scots. So I guess that was Scotland, but they released them. Huh. Especially since the colonization game in Europa Universalis 5 was a very boring, very basic. Here are people, and in some cases, those people have higher populations than in Europe. But all that is terrain that determines how fast or how slow the colonization is. Colonization is your people paint out their people, and then you get to paint your color. It's dull. My colonies are gonna have awful, awful, worse proximity than. Look at that. You see that? These black hash marks here, because they have no roads going all the way down. You only get proximity where you have a connecting road network. No road proximity, you don't get any proximity. So I guess it got decent harbor capacity to accommodate roads coming up here. And a little bit going to Ukluele, but not so much to other bits. Owombo's probably, yeah. Owombo's very much suffering on proximity. Zambezi's got it lucky, they're tiny. My Madagascar folks got nothing going on. Ogun? We took Ogun and Banten because they had pre-existing infrastructure here, so it's a good place to resupply my boats and my expeditionary forces. Australia is basically a wash. And how about my own control and proximity? Control is actually looking pretty good. I expect that Spain and Greece will be lower. And proximity is not too bad either. The subreddit had some stuff going on about how much everybody else's proximity has been gutted. But you know, given that I haven't been min-maxing this actually isn't too bad. Of course, we got a whole bunch of, let's see, Columbian Exchange we left off on. War of Religions. Nothing's gonna happen with that. Europe right now is basically me, Bohemia, France. Spain is getting gobbled up. Poland and Hungary are in personal unions with me. England left. They were, but they left. Or was it Alba? Galway belongs to me. That's right, one of the other exciting things is that estate construction, rebels, annexation. Oh. I was going to say that the thing that I was excited about, and part of the reason why I delayed finishing the game, there's only like 100 years left, there's less, yeah, something like 100 years left in the game. Age of Absolution finishes in 8 years. And then Age of Revolutions is until 1836, so there's 107 years left in the game. A little bit less than 107 years left in the game. And Hungary was slotted to be annexed by like 1930 or 1960. So Hungary was going to be fully annexed into Italy in the 20th century, a little bit beyond the end of the game. And I figured that's okay for me. That's just history, right? It's going to be a historical annexation. Beyond the scope of the game, Hungary will eventually be consumed. And one of the things that really excited me early on is that diplomatic spending would affect not just how much your vassals and colonies will like you, and so right now they're all rebellious subjects. I guess it got recalculated there too. But also impacts how fast you annex your subjects or your personal unions. Diplomatic spending maxed out makes folks hate me a little bit less. When it drops Hungary to 1911. So, it's still beyond the scope of the game. Ah, well. One thing that excites me about the, what is it? The governor building or whatever it is that radiates proximity. So that if it's distant from the capital, you can still get good control and good proximity in a more distal area. Being a Mediterranean power here, with a little bit of infrastructure investment, we could get some of this up to better things. And so as you can see, it's already, I would say, pretty decent proximity for somewhat neglected newer areas. And so I'm thinking that if you put the governor office, say, all the way out in Indonesia, then you could directly control distant overseas territories as if they were right down the road from the capital. So what else do we have? Columbian Exchange, starving provinces. Ah. I'm not really making use of that anyway. Serious lack of food. 2nd and 12th Army. Well, they're coming home anyway. Not integrated provinces is so many. Rebel movements. Lutheran zealots. How big are you? Nobility insurgents have 29,000. Algerian patriots have 92,000. I don't see the Lutheran zealots. There they are. 79,000 guys. Bit down there, bit over here. Okay, what else we got going? Missing inputs, devastated locations, exiled armies, high inflation, because they're at 8.48% inflation and growing by 0.36 a month. Hostile pirates, pops with needs all over the place. Tea, 32 demand for tea, cloves, cocoa, coffee, sturdy grains. Coinage law hasn't been codified. Okay. We could do bullion coins. Silver and copper using different mixtures. Copper used for coins, yes. Silver used for coins, yes. Plus 2 minting threshold and 10% income from minting. Gold only. 1 minting threshold, 10% income from minting. Gold impacts inflation. Production of gold impacts my inflation. And gold becomes a thing I use. So it creates a demand for gold. And the gold that I mine also hurts my inflation. But more income and more minting threshold. Gold and silver gives +3 minting threshold. Gold used for coins, silver used for coins, but no gold impact inflation. Silver only, silver impacts inflation. So, off the cuff, I feel like gold and silver coins is the best option, but it requires you having sources of gold and silver. Where's the best way to see my goods? Sort by... Because I'm pretty sure we have gold and silver. Gold. Market balance. We have supply very much outpacing demand. Silver is also a fair bit over demand. So gold and silver is something that we could do. So the 0.36. High inflation, pirates, pops of needs, rebel movements. So many unprofitable buildings. RGOs missing employees. No promotion there, or there. That's cool, in its own way. I guess you're starving too much for that. Buildings with missing employees. 718 months. They've done a lot of recalculation, I think. Truce is expiring. Buildings that could be upgraded is cool. They straight up tell you which ones can. Disloyal subjects. Ask for money can be used. Or actions. Get rid of it. I don't care about those. Lack of commander. Unused trade capacity. Unpressed Casus Belli. Claim on Novara. Do we have the chops to go to war with Bohemia so soon after starting the game on a brand new update? I got all these rebels to worry about right now. And my manpower is so low. Let's get these boys home first. Oh, look at this. They've also expanded the game speed. Because 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 was too slow. Or not too slow. But the early bits were too slow. Like 1 to 3 to maybe even 4 were kind of slow. And so you're basically running game speed 5. They've added some in-between speeds now. Though it still behooves me to play it a bit faster. Textile manufactories. Ravelry ended, Ravelry ended. And money went from 4,000 to minus 279. Because we gotta repair these armies. We gotta rebuild their manpower. 37,000. Okay. We might not go to war with Navarre then. By Navarre I mean Bohemia. We're basically going to... We're going to play this by ear and see how things do with everything else. I think getting to the end date will be enough of a goal for me. Katarina Angio, my daughter, nobody wants to marry. She's got great stats. Very good stats. There's not many youngins for her to marry, though. They got new hats. Our Hussite cousins. Hussite cousins. Well, if nobody else wants to marry her, we'll keep it in the family. Now, if I give her cabinet rights, 20 legitimacy. Why am I losing legitimacy? And how's my power looking? We still got all the... Nobles are down to 10%! Holy recalculation! Nobles have been gutted to 10%. Damn! Damn! Oh, and there's also more... Aren't there new advances that they've added? Okay, I guess it's showing which ones I'm building toward. Why are some of these glowy? Are they glowy because they're better? Some are blue, some are purple. Bank interest. I know that there are some new advances, but it'll be something of a chore to dig through them all. What if we go all the way back to Age of Tradition, see if anything new has popped up? Construction, RGO size whirl. Stability investment, reduce influence. I don't think there's anything new right down here, maybe. Cabinet member cost. Estate power -10 from cabinet positions, gravel roads. Speed of integration. And loyalty of subjects +5. That might be new? I don't know. Age of Renaissance. I've ignored a lot over here. Legislative efficiency no longer reduces antagonism. So, the one secret thing everybody loved from legislative efficiency no longer applies. Happier clergy. Barks. They got bite. Connect the interior. Because we are Italy. Road building time -20%. I'm certain that's new. Handgunners we've ignored, slave buildings, we don't do that. Noble estate satisfaction recovery. Loyalty of the noble families. By playing or did play the two Sicilies. I might grab that. And because it's an older tech, it'll be faster. I think this was already there, just... Army Disembark. Army Disembark does feel a whole lot more significant now that everybody has coastal forts and all that. Age of Discovery, anything new on you? Alum, send people to colonies, boost colonial charter, maritime presence decay, pop migration, construction, exploration costs, diplomatic range, cavalier army levies, yeah, that's old stuff. Cardinal price a little bit cheaper. Estate power from cabinet, a further -10. Capable vicars. Ruler only present once at a time. Other side given to a vicar ruling in our name. It only says cheaper set cabinet member cost, and estate power from cabinet position down. But sometimes these things do have hidden benefits. They can be tricky that way. A prized possession for Italy. Defend our country, expand recruitment for both our land and sea forces, 10% extra sailors and manpower. Could be valuable, given how much I'm floundering on manpower right now. Part of me feels like I should just do a whole brand new campaign for the new update. Number of local governors +1. Artist stuff, eh? Lumber output, construction speed, road network, minus 20% road building time, galleos, diplomats, trade capacity, colonial maintenance, mercenaries, diplomatic range. They do want mercenaries to be more important. Port Authority building. Spanish Square for military tactics. Pearls output, a loom output. Beer workshop. Mercenary size. Combined arms bonus. Huh. I feel like the combined arms bonus didn't exist before. Overseas ambitions also looks new. I might end up repeating the Italy game a few times and I play this on my own time. Bastion. Fort limits. Okay, that gets us to Age of Absolutism. Let's turn some of these other stuff off for now. As much as I do want manufactories, I want the extra governors. We'll get these first. Local governor +1. How many local governors a country can build. Building type, government building. Gives 80% local proximity source. And speaking of local proximity sources, I'm pretty sure bailiffs have also been changed. Local governor. So there's a few places I can build them. If I want to consider proximity. There must be a road connected to the capital. We got roads here. Am I not allowed to put the governor buildings overseas then? Because from Constantinople... I guess that means that from Constantinople I would have to put a road all the way out here to connect. And there appears to be a disconnect over here. So I wonder then, if Hungary lets us build some roads in Pordenone and Udine, That'll connect these, yeah? Well, look at that. There is a road going over this way. There are roads. They connect. They go through. So I guess we have to directly control it then. But then it does... Well, there's roads going here too. I guess the proximity is just so low, too far from the capital. So even with direct road network, there is a direct road going through by way of Hungary. But I guess that means then that I can't do my dream of putting local governors. Actually, I can't put them overseas. But there are naval governors too. Local proximity source plus 80. Extends the reach of the state to its most distant lands, expanding influence beyond its immediate surroundings. It's the same text for local governor and naval governor. So one disadvantages must be owned directly. I don't own those directly. Well, I probably can't put in towns either. Yeah, rural settlements. Is not overseas. Location that has no land connected to the capital of a country and is on another continent. So even then... Oh, I should have kept up with the dev diaries. We could put it on Tunis. We could put it in Egypt. I think Constantinople's a good place then. So if I could only put them in my core area. Naval governor appears to be much akin to a local governor, but it doesn't need a direct road connection despite what the flavor text says. Connected to the capital by the road network. Not true, actually. Now the question is, do naval governors and local governors count for the same local governor limit? And how could I find where my new local government limit is? There's a complacency mechanic now too. 0 complacency for now. So how could I check how many local governors I'm allowed? To the ledger? There's a music player now. They finally listened, and they're allowing us to do away with the dynamic music system. Static cinematic or static culture? What does that mean? Fully dynamic playlist, more curated cinematic or cultural selection, static playlist. Music intensity. The overall intensity of static music mixes. Music intensity controls the overall intensity. What does that mean, though? Paradox! You gotta get somebody who knows how to write. Crusader Kings 3 should have taught you that. Okay, where's that ledger of ours? So, where would I find modifiers? Loyalty of subjects, we get a plus 38.87. And cabinet seat 6. If we have cabinet seats, we might have maximum governors. Maximum diplomats. 173.59% research progress. Very cool. Correct section chance plus 40. Progress to land plus 0.24. No. Where's progress to naval? I saw progress to naval earlier. Proximity cost without maritime presence plus 20. Discipline 5.85. Research progress 1.2. Speed of annexation plus 1. Base value of every country is 0.5. Diplomatic spending is 0.5. Okay, it seems they do just put all the monthly progress toward. And then if one is higher than the other... There's a lot of modifiers to go through. Combined arms, I'm pretty sure that's new. How diverse the army currently fighting is. Variation of different unit categories increases this, including lighter heavy variants. I do feel like I have to change my thinking for my armies, because I basically just have a few giant stacks at or near 100,000 dudes, with loads of infantry, loads of cavalry, and artillery. And just going by how the AI plays, they prefer stacks of like 30 at most. Most of their armies, even their regulars, are in stacks of 10,000. I should be doing that instead. Oh my goodness, I'm not even part way down this list. Number of local governors plus 2, okay. Base value for every country is plus 1. Absolutist ambition, an advance in the age of absolutism, also gave a plus 1. They changed it so it's not just power projection. So I get 3. I could have 3 local governors. And so because these local governor buildings can be built here in Spain, they can't be built here because there's no roads. But they can't be built in Constantinople either. I was gonna say, one in Spain, and then one someplace else over here, and then a naval governor. If I could join over here, then I could put a local governor in Spain, and another one in Tunis. Because proximity's bad all around. I got bare control, but not very impressive. Elizondo has massive control in the middle of nowhere for whatever reason. Local crown power down, peasant enfranchisement up, local market protection up. How's it control so high? Maximum control 0. Monthly change minus 0.5. Was it recently conquered? Is that it? I'm doing the thing again where it's gonna take 2 hours before I unpause. They've also taken away purely beneficial privileges for tribes because they knew that we were giving beneficial privileges to tribes for our benefit. Communalism, decentralization. How are my values looking right now? Still building towards centralization, still building towards innovative, humanist, good. Plutocracy, free subjects, nice. Mercantilism over free trade. Belligerent over conciliatory. Slowly building towards quantity, which we do want unless something's changed. Quality gives you initiative, tactics, recovery speed, but quantity gives possible frontage, and that's more guys up front doing the fighting. Naval, excellent. Capital economy, good. Communalism, good. Outward, I think I want to start squeezing into inward. But that's going to be quite the campaign to shift it over, and I think it's a bit too late for that. I just want to get to the end date. Inward gives more crown power, more monthly control, and slows migration. Fixed vassal obligations. Is a government reform. By blood. Settled colonies. Fleet of being. And still pushing liberalism. We're not at 100 liberalism anymore. Okay, so that hasn't... Money shrunk fast. Maybe I don't need the maximum diplomatic spending after all. I was eager to see diplomatic spending make Hungary annex faster, but it's not gonna happen. It's gonna take 300 years. 350 years almost. Or 250... Yeah, 350 years for Hungary to properly annex now. But of course, the inaugural campaign is a learning campaign. Control is still good in Tunis. I guess it makes sense to put the local governor in Constantinople then. Though, putting it here to radiate out would also help to minimize rebelling Egyptians, thanks to improved control. There's also a new rivers map mode. Southern Italy bereft of rivers. There's Thames Valley. Sweden was very brave not turning the entire thing into rivers. Look at how much rivers weave through continental Europe, though. Africa is basically all rivers. That's pretty cool. Is that how they show the upstream downstream? By having, if you zoom in, you could see which direction the color gradient flows. Paradox loves their zoom in for detail thing. I like playing like this when I can. And so it sucks for me not being able to see stuff. But that is a lot of zoom. I kind of want to get a better understanding by zooming out to see where things flow. I can't see the flow from all the way up here. But I guess it's a cool map mode too. Oh, the Amazon. Amazon and all its tributaries. This is a very arbitrary level. I think that if you're up here and up here, you could still have an appreciable amount of detail. Be brave, Paradox. Be brave and let us have details when we zoom out. I'm surprised by the lack of rivers in Japan. So, where would I want to put local governors? I think, given that we are a naval power, and naval proximity tends to be pretty good, if we put a local governor up here, that'll help radiate things out this way. And so it'll help out with France, it'll help out more of Spain. Should I put it Tudela, Briviesca, Burgos, Santander? And it's lots of rural over here. There's no road connected. Game. My mouse is over here now. Why is it... Oh, don't tell me it's gonna crash. Okay, just hung up for a second. Scary me. Malaga could put one. Granada. Valencia. Tortosa. Barcelona. Tarragona. There's Barcelona. Girona. So I think it does behoove me to put it where it's darker. Burgos could also help if we start going this way. Should I put in Burgos? Yeah, let's put in Burgos. There's a lot of no proximity here. And now let's see something. What's the icon mean? There's an icon there. What's the icon mean? I want to know what the icon means. But first I want to see... Local governor is local governor. I'm sure it doesn't matter whether it's the local governor building or the naval governor building. My expectation is that governor is governor. So if I were to build a naval governor in one of these buildings, in one of these cities here, we'll put it in Egypt because the Turks and the Greeks are a bit cozier with me than the Egyptian are. But it seems I can still build another. So maybe naval governor isn't added to the limit. This calls for a trip to the wiki. Local governor EU5. Tinto talks, 23rd of January. So it seems the most I'm going to get is from the dev diary. Local governor could be built in any city connected to a road network to the capital, while the naval governor could be built in a port city in the same continent or adjacent subcontinent that is on an isolated landmass. Spain would build one in Antwerp and or Messina if they are naval-oriented enough. But what about limits? Food changes. Because if I can build more than one, then I would also put one. Well, Constantinople for some of all this. Okay, there's a naval governor limit and a local governor limit. Our naval governor limit is 2. And so we're putting one in Damietta and one in Constantinople. And so local governor is a separate thing entirely from a naval governor. We could do one more local governor. And I think it's okay to put one up here, and then one down here in Granada. Should we do it Granada for prestige, that it could spread out from there? Let's put him in Granada. Okay. Losing some legitimacy. There. A little bit more legitimacy just to maintain it. And chair keeps sinking. So when do we have the next Senato? Let's get some easy thing. Senato was 3 years ago, so next year. We got our armies coming back. Our morale is still garbage. Novara and Georgia declared us rivals. Benedictus Deus. Sure. Okay, so. Who are the worst of these rebels? Andalusi Patriots. Only have 2,000 guys in 25 locations. So let's start moving these guys down. How's my naval? Oh, what is it? My naval dominance? My maritime presence? Wait. It's not blue, so green is better now? I want greens? I also had a few big wars, and so things got split up for a bit. We got some, I wouldn't say major slowdown, we got some slowdown just doing regular stuff. Maybe with enough updates, Europa Universalis 5 is going to reach a point where I'm going to need to update my going on 7 years old computer. Combine arms bonus plus 20. Maritime presence. Blockade capacity. There's more straight up information. Kind of like early on, when the estate satisfaction up here. They weren't numbers before. At the launch of the game, these were bars, and you had to eyeball and estimate how much satisfaction you had based on how complete the bars were. And then very early in the updates, it was like, fine, you fuckers, here's some percentage numbers. Big number for the current, small number for the current change. And so now they've given some big numbers down here to make some things more obvious. Is it a better formation window? Balanced navy, balanced unit. Create new, split in half. I could upgrade, but I won't. Let's just get our guys on. Where's your missions? We'll have this fleet be this northern part of the Aegean. Down to Crete. That'll give them plenty to do, and if things start to decay, they'll turn right back around. They could loop to the southern part of Crete too, I guess. They could have the eastern Aegean for this small fleet. Adriatic. Adriatic will be its own fleet. And I think the rest got gobbled up into these other boats. This boat down here will mostly do a little loop around here, straight and out. Two deckers and frigates. War galleons. Two deckers and Zebex. And that's everyone here. And this is all just massive transport fleet. Massive transport fleet, massive transport fleet. Independence movement. Kundal is joining the independence movement. That's new. We have an actual independence movement now. All these littler guys. 18 light ships. One light ship will transport heavy, light. Move the light over here. Frigate's a light ship? Three light ships. Captured, I'm sure. "14 light ships, 5 transports." Okay. Seven manpower minus 59,000. Ooh! This inaugural campaign is not surviving the new calculations. And of course, it feels like all of my rebels got a bit of a bump too. I'm seeing a whole lot more .5s at 97, 1.15. There definitely wasn't as much red before. So part of me does want to just do a whole new campaign. But I do want to see how far this inaugural one could go. I owe it to it. Minus 59,000 manpower. And I got all these rebels coming up. It's gonna be exciting times for Italy. They bit a huge piece of the pie while the getting was good. While the conquest and expansion were easy. And now at the tail end of the age of absolutism, before the full dawning of the age of revolutions, hey, it's added the papal debate to the government stuff. That's cool. But I do figure that to make things a little bit easier for myself, I might have to let some of my colonies go. Which is fine. If I get rid of some of the bigger and less productive ones, like Roanoke, basically exists primarily to stopgap the Canadian growth. This was just map filler. Map filler. Gaspard was, and a little bit of Roanoke, was a bit to get some better naval range up and down the North Atlantic. Guayataca, I had no intention to make this big. Guayataca was to do some colonization in South America, and then France and Portugal came in, so boxed them in before they could spread, and all this was just their own doing. They got bored and wanted to spread out all the way down. Falklands look separate. Who's there? Scots. So that's how they got to the Pacific then. Scotland colonized the Falklands and hooked around to Rapa Nui. They're even down in Papua. I didn't anticipate that they would get this far. I figured that with me putting a barrier to colonization from the west and a barrier to colonization from the east, that they were safe from European aggression, but no. My Pacific cousins have all gone Scottish. Isn't there a way to combine these guys? Seed, divert, return land, support loyalists, support transfer location to other subject. Reorganize our subject's land. No available targets. So I can't transfer Gaspé to Roanoke bit by bit. Has greater than one locations, but Roanoke is not at peace. Who are you fighting? Cahokia. And that's some pink in there. Is this Canada's war for Cahokia that they're helping out with? No? Just Roanoke versus Cahokia? These guys I could transfer stuff over to. But only to, well, I guess Roanoke would be possible if they were at peace. So I wonder why only for these guys, but not for Gaspé. Is it because that Havana has territories that directly border, kind of like out as exclaves? And say with Roanoke here, just make it more contiguous? Pirate Republic of Caracas. A subject of Tsushima. I could have made my own Pirate Republic vassals. Nah. Zambezi, oh, how about this? Funene was supposed to be part of a Wombo. Transfer to a Wombo? How much can I move? I just do one at a time till it disappears? Kunene lose 16 opinion. But this is kind of pointless because I could do this over and over and over again. But one of the requirements is that the subject has more than one location. So I can't eventually just have Kunene swallowed up by Owambo. Because eventually, there's gonna just be like one piece of land remaining. And Kunene would just be Sambo here. And then what's the point of that? And it says it's reorganized, but it is just one by one by one by one. Transfer location to transfer land to. Oh, I guess this is transfer location, not reorganized, but still. Could be quicker. Alright, so how much time for these local governors? Local governors and naval governors. That is a lot of building we're doing. 150 days for naval governor Constantinople. $165 days Damietta. It'd be nice if the pop-ups wouldn't block what I'm looking at here. I gotta keep on wiggling around if I want to look. Local, local, local. Doesn't make it easy to pay attention. I'm sure I missed it 3 times already. Jesuit College. Where's my local governor? 140 days. Okay. Well. So, let's take them as they come then. It'd be nice if these were in some kind of order. Well, I guess maybe they're in order. No. I was gonna say maybe in order of vote fire first, based on progress and monthly tick, but that's not right. Well, somebody's gonna be firing soon. While I've got floored manpower, rebellious subjects will not help in our war, that's fine. They don't gotta help out. Now, who is most likely to fire right now? Rebels Mine. 98.3 and 1.28 per month progress. Andalusi, 1,000 folks. Catalan coming up soon, 48,000. But as we've learned, that doesn't necessarily mean 48,713 soldiers rise against me. That's the population for all the people that might rise up. So, all this land will end up becoming theirs, and they'll have a population of 48,000. But I might just have to kill like 10,000, 4,000, whatever. Andalusi first, very likely. Not on Granada, at least, so the building that I'm building there will get to finish. Let's get my boat on over, though. So when it does fire, I could safely get to Granada support. Hey, Toxicite. Just some gentrifying. I'm doing pretty okay today. We got some pretty big news in the gaming world, the first being that Europa Universalis 5's 1.1.0 came out, so of course you gotta give it a look. And giving it a look is that there's some very nice recalculation for my rebels. I had a few that were growing, but not that big. But also, we had just put... Where is it? We had just put Mystria away on Sunday, right? And then what do we see, Toxicite? But the next update coming out in just a couple of weeks. A couple of days after, I'm like, alright, that's it. That's enough Mystria for now. And they're giving us the completion of the Mines update at the end of February. So you finally get to complete the... like, straight up complete the Mines storyline, is how their roadmap puts it. Completion of the Mines storyline, so we get to go to the very, very bottom of the mines now. The secret final bachelorette. It's a priestess. Everybody knows it's a priestess. A little bit was data mining. People went into the game files and found, hey, there's this priestess that seems taggable for romance. But also she seems to be a counterpart to Caldaris. Early 2026, we now know, is February 23rd. Secret Bachelorette. The Secret Bachelorette 8-heart event and dates. Additional NPC dialogue and schedules. Ruin Seal quest unlockable. Final Mines biome. New spell. New mine monsters. Mine storyline complete. New lost and found quest. Additional requests because we're all out. Additional museum sets and reward. Additional skill perks, pets, furniture, cosmetic, etc. Apiaries I'll probably put over in the top left corner where I have the small greenhouse. I think that'd be a good fit for it. Or the orchard. Apiaries by the orchard to make more space. So an effluence of updates or updates to be. They knew I was leaving. I wasn't leaving. I wouldn't leave March. March is a nicer boyfriend to me than my real boyfriend, so... The next update for Fields of Mystria could be in November, and I'll still be fully on Team 2D. We can join an international organization for Kievan independence movement. Huh. Kiev independence movement from who? Across to Kiev, but then Kiev. Tributary of Jochi. We could seek to help Kiev against the Jolchid tribal kingdom. If I didn't have hundreds of thousands of my own ungrateful people that want to revolt against me, and my subjects, for whatever reason, no longer desire my very my benevolent rule, but I figured the time was going to come anyway. Since Age of Revolutions is going to be every one of these fuckers wanting to rebel against me. Some real diehard fans did like 12 whole playthrough campaigns on Speed 5, start to finish multiple times for the first couple of months of the game's release. And so I've heard stories of the Age of Revolution. And there's some cheesy ways you could avoid Age of Revolution's revolutions, like bringing your tax all the way down, and what is it, like keeping your taxes for the estates at a low level avoids the need for independence, because max liberalism, republic, with every estate at maximum love for you isn't enough, they'll still want to revolt. And so, because the way it calculates subject strength against your own, which impacts how much a subject dislikes you, is vassals will pull with vassals, feudal vassals, what is it? The fiefs, right? The feudal subjects count for feudal, the cottodies count for cottodies together, and so on. And because I got rid of all of my feudal subjects and my vassal subjects, and it's all colonies now. It's all the colonies together against moi. But that's not the end of the world, because they've mostly done their part. We've gotten good extraction out of them. And if I have to cut some free, I mean, that's the cycle of the colonizing state, isn't it? They spend how many centuries controlling and extracting. And then once these guys have been squeezed like oranges, then we could be like, okay, sure, fine. You could have some independence now, I guess. Now that we've completely enriched ourselves off of your wealth and are putting you in a weaker position, Mr. No Proximity, Mr. No Control. Yeah, good luck with that without us, right? I mean, that's the common refrain we hear to these days. Why would you want to get rid of us? Without us, you'd be living in mud huts. So, I guess a smart play is to expand, colonize, get as much wealth as you can, do the Columbian exchange to get as many better RGOs into your territories. And then when Age of Revolution comes, or before the Age of Revolutions, cut them off. Because by then you've already spent 200-300 years turning their money into your money. And now we got chili, we got tobacco, we got maize, we got potatoes. Who needs them, right? Who even needs them anymore? We got what we want, and they gotta start from zero. So, that's just gonna be part of bringing this inaugural campaign into the endgame. Though it is a shame that the annexations got recalculated too. I was really looking forward. It didn't reset to 0. That's still some progress. When we last left off in December, it was set to finish at like 1930 or 1960. And then came news that in the new update, you can max out your diplomatic spending, and if you max out your diplomatic spending, annexation will go faster. Annexation does go faster if I max out diplomatic spending. But because they recalculated it, maxing out my diplomatic spending only brings it to where it was before. So, Hungary is going to annex beyond the scope of the game. It'll be a historical annexation in the future. In 2092. So, that is a lot more history for Europe to have to survive. If we could hold Italy good up until the end of the game, and Hungary remains by our side until the end of the game, then maybe we could project some forward history to relationships being tight enough that the annexation progress goes off without a hitch, and in 2092, the Italians and the Hungarians will join hands, and it'll be real Europe united against these barbarians. There. Now they're merely unruly. $159 to get sheep farmers. No promotion, no promotion, no promotion. The other benefit of just doing a fresh save, instead of piecing together this Frankenstein's monster campaign of updates and updates and updates stapled on this poor bloated corpse, is that if we were doing fresh campaign from start to now, there'd be more cohesion to how all of these choices worked. Oh well. Roanoke joins independence movement. Kundal independence movement. At least the movement is considered weaker than us. But given that we could join Takatinid independence movement now, who you with? That it stands to reason. Fiefdom with the Kingdom of Hungary. I don't think I'll be joined against my own personal union. I don't hate myself that much. Then, if heaven forbid, France and Bohemia decide to join against me, or Hungary decide to join the organization against me, that might make it a bit more difficult. Where's my boat? There's going. Okay, we'll start in Granada, and then see how bad this is going to be when all these rebels come up. $2,338 monies for cost of court alone. Annexing countries gives a minus 0.11. Considering that the annexation is only going to conclude 300 years after the end of the game, it gives me no benefit at all to try to annex them now. But I wanna. It's a thematic thing we're working on it slowly over time. I should also drop my minting before it gets too bad. We'll just keep it at the -0. And now I'm losing a lot of money per month. If they didn't change anything about culture investment, then the worthless artists that you collect. I've only got 3 out of 3 right now. They've called my artists. Are they all garbage, though? 6 artistic ability. Well, he's adept. 7 artistic ability, though he's meticulous. 63. Alright. That's better than the others. But he's an idler. He's got actual skill, but he's lazy. If they haven't changed the calculation for culture investment, then your artists make as much art at this level, as max level, as base over 0 level. I'll just keep him at base over 0. Stability 24. I think I have no choice right now but to just eat the inflation costs. We have Senato coming up next year. What if this ends up being the final day that I play this campaign? What if it's so scuffed from recalculations over recalculations over recalculations and now we're in a corner? We gotta try. If I gotta downgrade my stuff to accommodate the changes of the eras, and so be it. We've expanded, now we have to contract. Maybe. I'll try not to. Now, technically, all these independence movements are for... Wasn't Kunene, where was Kunda? Kundal, right. Western Australia wants to be independent. I could let them. I've already got my expeditionary forces in Indonesia. If I wanted to expand some more, I don't need a presence in Australia anymore. So I could let them go, but they're not doing anything anyway. They're still mathematically weaker than me, it's fine. Only the country seeking independence can start an independence war. So they like me. Maybe it's more down to the loyalty than the like. Because I know that for coalitions against you, if you just put improve opinion on the leader of the coalition, then even if at the end of improve opinion they go from minus 200 opinion to minus 200, you're still dropping antagonism. And so eventually they'll leave the coalition and everything vanishes. I wonder if the same could be done for independence movements. Opinion-wise, they're already very supportive of me. And because Johann wants subjects to be a bit more unruly, and so the loyalty stat matters a lot more. Maybe if I get his loyalty above 50, he'll leave the independence movement. And if he leaves the independence movement as the independence movement leader, then everyone else just scatters to the wind. No longer help wars cannot be annexed, but what else? We could support loyalists, give 20 extra loyalty. And how much income is he giving me anyway? Havana's giving 54. Tsushima is decent money. Kundal's only giving 8.28 per month. I wouldn't even feel it. France, Morocco, and Tunis. War reparations are pretty good. This is a per month basis, yeah? This is showing my monthly income. Monthly income, France is paying me 575. So I wonder if the smart play isn't to do these wars with people like I've been doing to take land from them, but if I should do war with people all around me, just to force them to pay reparations for a bit, and then every once in a while, smack them around again, steal their lunch money, seize their capital, just push for war reparations and that's it. Minor rebel uprising. Okay. They made a change to how the rebellions work here too. Not every single rebellion is going to be a war. If it's deemed too small to justify a war, instead, they'll do a minor uprising. 10 years of minus 2% prosperity and minus 0.5 monthly control. I was like, alright, BF is sending me a snap, but he's been grumpy What kind of snap is BF going to send while grumpy? Is he going to send like just his regular work snap, or... He sent a snap of his wall. Powell, 1968, thank you for the follow. And given that these are relatively newly conquered areas, they're already at pretty low control. And the prosperity is gonna hurt them more than it hurts me. Man, 99.29 and 0.57 even with the crackdowns. So I think these guys could be doing a whole lot more beneficial stuff than just cracking down on rebels. Back in late December, when we last touched this, they were doing decent work in slowing down the growth of rebels, and in some cases completely reversing their growth. But I guess with recalculation since, my newly conquered peoples are more ornery than they were before. So there's not really much of a point in keeping them on here. I think I'm gonna have to actually fight some guys. Maybe even the nobles for all I know. Catalan Patriots might be an actual fight. They do have 49, almost 50,000 supporting them. Lutherans a bit scary, 87,000. But there's not too many of them. They're pretty scattered themselves. Nobility insurgents, though, are way too spread out for me to want to bother with. But it's one of my weaker martial guys that's cracking down on them. So maybe if I give up on some of these other ones and have my maximum purple martial cabinet member focus on the nobles, then we could just pick up on whatever scatter shot thing pops up as they come. Lower Egyptian Patriots. They got 30,000 Zenati Patriots, 139,000. Where did the Zenati hail from? Down in northern Africa. Maybe it'll be higher population, but lower actual soldiers? What how the rest of you guys do? Orthodox zealots? We could set some of you guys for pop assimilation to area. We are still the cultural hegemon, so I could try to maximize out converting people into me. And if they're me, then they might be less willing to revolt against me. And I don't have to make them meme me. Like the Tunisians we have as a tolerated culture. So if I try to make all of North Africa Tunisian, then that makes it a little bit easier. So we could do that. '88 diplomacy. I could do it that way. We could turn Egypt into Greeks. We could civilize the French into Neapolitans. There. Al-Maghrib al-Aswat will become a little bit more Tunisian. I've never been a fan of making monocultural realms in Paradox games. Ever since way back in CK2, it's more fun to me to have a diverse realm. And in CK it wasn't too bad, because all you gotta do is put some local governors there, you marry into them. Bada bing, bada boom. But this is one that's more about abstraction, and much like Imperator Rome, it's a game that wants to try to build towards some kind of monoculture. The Tunisians dislike me, all in all, but they are tolerated. So they hate me, but they'll happily hate me. What have you got, 84 also? We can only assimilate one whole area at a time, though. I can't just max mind wipe everybody across the world at once. We could give him integration. Chillin' chum, another 3-stream streak. Heya to you too. How did your, what was it, 5,000, 15,000 rando go? Also tons of integration we have to do. I forgot we had the reduce inflation option too. And my chair just keeps on sinking and sinking. 50,000 check rando. Madness! If we do strengthen government, the extra legitimacy it gives, their bonus plus my bonus, is basically free money, because then I could stop investing in the cost of court. Plus 52. Look at how major of a boost that is. I could drop so many ticks here. 2,499.3 extra. Simply putting one guy on that task. They've been busy and not playing as much this week, it seems. I'm sorry to hear that, Chillin' Chum. Maybe they knew that 1.1.0 was coming out, and they were building up strength in anticipation. How about the Orthodox Zealots? 69,000 folks, but they're mostly concentrated here. I guess that's okay. I could expel people. If I expel people, they won't revolt against me, right? Area control. But this guy's got pitiful administrative. Province control, integrate area. We got integration of Catalonia going on. Let's do more integration. There's a whole lot more integration we have to do. Thought Thrace said France for a second. I was confused and upset. There you go. Integrate and assimilate. Lose the recently conquered malice. Lose the... These are smelly foreigners who are not a tolerated culture. And because we'll just fight the Catalans anyway, what's it gonna have you do? You got 98 martial Padre, so we'll have you crack down on somebody. Are we gonna have you crack down on? Sort by population. 1.5 million Castilian patriots. All up and down there. Aragonese, 2,000 quaint. Lutherans, 87,000 quaint. 1.5 million. Is it too late to hold you back, Castilian patriots? 0.7. Well, we're in the area, so what's the worst that's gonna happen? They... Man, I still got no manpower. We need 148,000 to fully reinforce our regulars. Monthly manpower is only 6,700. Did they recalculate how manpower is produced? Because I got loads of buildings, but maybe it's not sufficient after 187 barracks, 171 regimental caps. So I got 15 bailiffs. Training fields. Only got 6 of them in upgrading. Brethren of the Marsh? Must be some other cultural thing. I think the best thing for me to do would be send both of my armies over to Castilian heavy areas and just bite the bullet. So last December we saw plenty of expansion on the continent. Now that we're back to it for the new update, it's gonna be the struggle to hold on to it all. Also, these boats have got to do their jobs. We'll have this one go around here. Just go loop around. You... can go around the home area. And because every other boat seems to be occupied, you get to do a big loop too. We'll have you do around Tunis, hook around here. And we'll just have this boat include down this line into its rotation. All these areas were at maximum naval presence for a while, but then multiple wars with actual continental powers that could afford their own actual navies meant having to pull these guys aside for their own safety, or to consolidate them up to help support other fleets. And so maritime presence has gotten a bit sloppy. Who's rebellious? Everybody's rebellious. Who's at 0? It's gotta be one of my... What is it? Trade companies or something, right? No, it's called Adjucru. Adjucru's at 0.00. What happened? So disloyalty, a cabinet action. Somebody else is actively making them disloyal. Age of Absolutism gives a -10. Centralization gives a -10. And then Age of Revolutions is gonna give a -30. War score costs will be cheaper, but -30 to all subjects. "28 rebels, man. Just get away from the fire." Rebel Uprising, Crown of Aragon, Catalan Patriots. Kundal Independence Movement formally been disbanded. Kundal is fighting a war with Italy. Okay. Okay. So is that why the people who actually played up until like the end date had said that the only way to avoid getting your ass handed to you during the Age of Revolutions is just constantly be at war? That didn't quite make sense to me, but then some of the situations that pop up, some of the disasters that pop up, tend to have pretty odd activations. And so if I'm constantly at war, then the independence movements will never fire because they're too busy supporting me to want to fight against me. But hold on. Low subject loyalty will not help with our wars. Kundal is at 13. So why would me being at war matter? And I'm pretty sure they have scuttage, don't they? Maybe I didn't give them scuttage. Minor rebel uprising. Minor rebel uprising affecting Barcelona, huh? Very minor rebel uprising here. Is that... Okay, that's army. It's such a small amount, I thought that might have been boats. I would have believed 148 boats, more than 148 soldiers. But they gotta rise them up. Alright. I probably won't bother raising my... What is it? Army maintenance? Alright, I forgot. Start of the war. Automatically goes down to speed 3. But with more speeds added, speed 3 is especially slower. Crown of Aragon declared us their rival. What a surprise. Is it trying to embark onto this navy here? The smaller 9 navy. Transport capacity is not being used. There we go. It was. It was trying... They were trying to squeeze onto 1 galley, 3 lights, and 5 heavies. The more EU5 changes, the more it stays the same. Now, where is your alleged capital? You barbarians, you upstart peasants. Is it here? Is that your capital? Province, capital of Terrassa? Oh, there's a gold. Manresa, capital of Aragon. All the cities you have in each row is Manresa. Alright, so have these guys siege Tortosa. I will send you land here. What an odd choice for their capital. Makes it easier for me. Coffee imports. Importing coffee for 4 years. Fort defense hire. Limit the spread of this unnatural narcotic. See, if that was the case, then I wouldn't be importing tobacco, but my people get very angry if I don't import tobacco. So it's a bit late to worry about controlling narcotics. They're not moving any place, they're probably trying to coagulate first. 10.67. I got the numbers. I do have less morale if the maintenance is lower. But I shouldn't need the morale against these clowns. It's all levies, 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 more levies. Though they also want to keep on doing recalculations to make levies more competitive against regulars. Poor inflation. Unused trade capacity. Anything I get that I care about. Clothes, they barely have any in pest market. Though I'm using up way more demand than I have supply. Which is really great that I have all this global empire in places where exotic goods are. But because of the way the market system works, you basically have to piggyback them market to market to market to market. I don't just have, say, a fleet of trade ships that go to the Indies to get a whole bunch of spices, then sail on back to sell to my guys. Most I can do is pest, give us what little cloves you got. You're still coming for more? Italy cannot build buildings in Georgia. Oh, man! Full stack wipe and not a single casualty on my side. Okay. No red boats at least. $8,983.33. Hungary. As a joint queen of Italy and Hungary and Poland, could I just start downgrading all the towns that Hungary has to make it quicker to annex them? Because that's what it's coming from. The more, not just the more territory a place has, but the richer and better territory. So it's easier to annex things early on, much like it's easier to grab territory from war early on, because everything's equally shitty. But then as time goes on, places become more prosperous, more better developed. And so it's a lot harder to ask for things in war, and it takes a whole lot longer to annex things. Mont Blanc. Mont Blanc? I don't see a Mont Blanc. Oh, that Mont Blanc. How are you gonna arrive in Mont Blanc when there's a whole Tortosa between you? I think EU5 still has a funny thing, where units are never exactly where they are. So we killed most of their armies. We got their capital, and a few cities. 8%. They still have 100%. Well, that's us. They have no enthusiasm. Okay. The enthusiasm makes sense. Will they accept full annexation? Because we barely have enough war score. They better not be expecting me to siege down every single piece of territory. Just gotta aim for the regional capitals at least. And Terra. Barcelona. But that's it for them, isn't it? As far as actual resistance goes. They got 1,000 soldiers still. They're 2 away from Leet. There. A jump up to 20. Attacker, defender bonus, 0 alike. First, rebel against Hungary. Oh, that's it? Austria? Austria doesn't want to be a part of Hungary? Do they want the top billing? Is that it? Castilian Patriots are gonna at 99.41 and 0.75 each month, even with my best guy cracking down on them. Well, Luckily, this guy's already in the neighborhood. No one extra vulture button? At least one more positive than negative? Barcelona successful. Come on. 34%. Come on. I gotta push all the little buttons myself. So I can't push the next button because not enough positive versus negative. But I can manually just take every... Urgel? There. But I can just manually take everything. So no, but yes. Has nothing more to lose, a country will disappear. Yeah, that's the point, buddy. And I even get 2,300 for it. Yeah. Yeah, let's bring this to a close then. New Catalonia. There's a new one? Alright, just zooming out just to see, make sure there's no other little bit of red I'm missing, is there? Don't want to pull an Imperator Rome here. Blue diamonds all up and down. We could also revoke cores. Which would be the smart play. But I'll take the cash. And they even have a new post-war screen that tells you how many had died in the war. 28,436 infantrymen, 394 cavalry. Which side is which? We got two sides here. Oh, I see. The flags are up there as Y. Lost 3,000 total, they lost 28,000. Okay. To prep for this on the horizon. That's the next one to worry about, right? Lutherans are at 100% already. They were just being polite and waiting for the war to finish. We had a revolt that was doing that the first time too. Way early on in the game, I had some other war going on. And so it didn't fire. And so I thought, huh, okay, so if you have a war going on, these revolts never fire. Good to know, like sometimes they do. So, sometimes they're polite, sometimes they're not. But it's also been over 2 hours, so... I have got to give myself a BRB. Since these Castilian patriots are going to fire at the end of the month regardless of this guy being here, what should I do with you? Your only real thing, Padre. You got no admin, you got no diplomacy. He wishes to be the Holy Sword. Expel people, integrate area. If I wait for a couple ticks, then... We're already integrating Catalonia, that's why I couldn't choose there. This chair is being ridiculous today. I bend down to raise a chair back up, I sit back up straight, and they start singing again. And again. Okay. So, been a couple of hours. It's not going to be a long BRB, since I still got half of my tea here. I got plenty of tea to do, don't gotta wait for water to boil. And because they have so very wisely decided to give up on the dynastic music player, and just let us choose to play songs normally, we don't have to worry about the BRB being so totally silent. So, let's position my world map as so. And then, I'll be back in a bit. It's gonna be such a shame when we have to let all these colonies go. I wonder if they're going to share. Now, they're not going to share my pea soup green once they get their independence, are they? I wonder then what they will become. I think I still want to hold on to my Indonesia holdings, at the very least. When the time comes to start, knocking some of these guys out, I think I'll start with the ones that are less valuable than others. Because for the most part, fish, livestock, lumber, legumes, wild game, some silver, some copper, clay, coal, some gold, gems, but all the way out. So Australia, share, please, is not remarkably important to the economic upkeep of my realm. Havana's great. Chili, cocoa, tobacco, plenty of gold, plenty of amber. So Havana's good stuff. Sushima's alright. Plenty of coffee, chili. They got coffee now. Oh yeah, I put that there, didn't I? When do you expire, Colombian Exchange? We have until when? Age of Revolutions or later. So... have until... we got 7 more years. 7 more years to decide if I want to move some coffee over to Cuba, maybe. So what am I gonna get? Castilian Patriots are at 100% now. Zanati Patriots are coming up. Could I possibly slow that down? With my 98 Marshal guy. From 1.04 to 0.44, there's no point. Maybe 98 Marshal could do better with the Egyptians. .85 to 0.26. No. So I might have to send them out. That's a realistic possibility. I think that these guys no longer need their castles. My Bastion. We probably don't need to go to war against the Mamluks for a bit. And even if we do, it's easy enough to blitz their capital with 1 stack. What, another plays defense here? How are the Mamluks right now? 112,000. 23,000 regular infantry, 3,600 cavalry, nearly 10,000 artillery, and 73,985 potential levies. So, they're not completely neutered yet. But the way the game mathematically looks for, do we attack this guy or not? I should be safe from them. Fort level 2, fort level 2, fort level 4. At this point, even fort level 4 isn't too bad. Having a castle there makes it easier and quicker to siege, if you could believe it. Who's rebellious now? Everybody. We still got Rebellion Against Hungary going. And I think some of these revolts might be waiting for it. Isn't there a way now? They could provoke rebels, but it costs a bit. Provoking gives them 30% progress. That pushes them closer to 100, but if they're already at 100, they can't really do anything else. What if I have this guy crack down on the nobles? From 0.9, 0.31. The nobles have so little power though, only 10.85%. They're really upset that they aren't getting their cloves. Equilibrium, 60%. They're at 56 right now. Income from lack of control, 2240. Well, I guess we have until this war finishes, and then once it does, 100% Castilian Patriots fire, Lutheran Zealots fire, Zenati Patriots fire, Lower Egyptian Patriots fire, Nobility Insurgents, High Alemannic. But can't I also reduce rebel growth by putting soldiers on top of them? Couldn't I feasibly put their own soldiers on top of them? Levies, don't warp back to the capital. I'm looking in this area so I can manipulate stuff in this area. Don't you fucking dare warp me back to the capital. Son of a... It didn't! It didn't. It used to be that if you wanted to raise your levies or whatever else, you went to some kind of build menu, it would instantly zoom you over to your capital. I don't know, Paradox. Maybe if I have a bit of conflict going on, and I'm looking at a place I want to raise some levies, maybe I care about my local view. Apparently, somebody finally gave them the memo. Alright, let me see if having levies around here drops their desire to rise up. Regulars might be better, but I'm a cheap bastard. There, how now? 1.3. I just realized 84,000 monies right now. I've been so focused on, oh no, I got this coming on, I got that coming on. I wasn't even paying attention to my cash. With 53,000. Let me see. 0.91. Yeah, raising these guys did nothing. Also, what is that noise? Oh, away noise, what are you doing? Who's got bats flapping in my ears? Okay, it stopped. Thinking. What was I thinking? Has it been the 150, 160 days enough for my governor buildings to finish building? A little bit of proximity to capital, radiating out from here now. Burgos and Granada got theirs, so instead of the angry red and black hash marks, there's actual progressing growth of proximity. And from Constantinople, still got some hash, some hash. And Egypt, look at all that proximity in Egypt. Maximum control 48. Maximum control 21. So, it'll slowly get better. Although we're gonna lose a government building, I'm sure. The governor building. Though, since I got 53,000, that is so much money. This should be Senato year, and because it keeps slipping... What is it now? September, October? It keeps getting later and later each time. We got our final third ruler trait. Poor Giovanna II, the dubious. Cruel, minus 2.5 estate satisfaction. Sinner, less tolerant of the true faith. But she's a free thinker at least. She's a cruel sinner, but she keeps an open mind. Monthly research progress 10%. Crown Princess Margarita with minimum stats. Balanced education. It doesn't warn for ground kids. Balanced educations, but gallant. Let's give her an expensive one. Try to get some better traits out for him. Carlo is too young for an education yet. Filippo is already married. Katerina, we married out to Ladislao. So, I'm gonna put the minting down to get better control of my disastrous inflation. But if I'm lucky when the Senato comes up, with inflation as high as it is, we might end up getting the Senato thing to drop inflation, which is great. It drops inflation and is basically free money during the course of the Senato. The trouble is in getting it to pop up, though. And when coinage law for gold and silver coins completes, how much minting could be done before a country gets inflation? How much ducats a country gets from minting? Don't you work this too quickly, Hungary. The longer your war goes on, the more I pile these up. 100, 100, 100, 99, 95, 95. Maybe Sonata will keep the nobles from rising, but probably not. No Sonata yet, really. Must be greater than 59 months, so it is October then. Hurry it up, Sonata, hurry it up! Lacquerware manufactories. For more 7.52. Firearm manufactories. I guess they could build some lacquerware. 0.72 if I just sort by income. Profit. Plus 129. 159, 17. There. But they're already making 6 more here. So they got plenty queued up they gotta go through regardless. Any locations that I haven't built one in? It even shows the zeros mixed with everything else. Before I'd have it where it shows the completed buildings on top, the ones that have those buildings already, than the ones that don't have on the bottom. But it looks like they just mix them in, which is better that way. And since we work with 0.2s, 0.1s, firearm manufactories. Napoli. Just ones and O's. That's not enough. I want better than that. Naval supplies. 0.2s. That's it. Just 0.2s I'm looking at. Okay. Then how about we do Theodosian walls? No. What do bailiffs do now have to change? 100 local noble power? Minus 10% peasant enfranchisement and max control? Max control! So it's not proximity anymore. 20 max control, peasant enfranchisement. How much the wealth share of the location belongs to the commoners, the rest transferred to nobility. Huh. Regimental camps and barracks. I gotta make a whole lot more everywhere. Maximum 3 in that location. And I've already got some maxes here. Which makes me wonder how many of these maxes aren't supposed to be under the new rules? Or maybe they're trimmed down and that's why I'm losing so many. There's also plenty in areas that aren't one of my tolerated cultures, and that could be seeping manpower away then. Tunisians primary or accepted? Primary or accepted is what it has to be. And there's so few of those. Which is again how the game likes to push for a monocultural realm. Because I got lots of tolerated cultures, but tolerated cultures are not primary or accepted, and so they aren't providing me manpower potential. And so it behooves me to make sure to build more of these in the core regions, where I know my primary culture is, and there's little chance of getting erased with somebody else. Oh man. Full citizens of the realm. But because we eat our spaghetti a little bit different, we're not allowed to join the army. Oh. That took a whole lot more money than I thought it would. 53,000, never heard of it. Bohemia is a diplomatic hegemon. How's my maritime presence now that boats are actually boating? A bit brighter green. I kind of miss the blue. Local governors +1. We'll get November of this year. November of this year. And then where should I put that extra 80 proximity? We could put another in Spain to spread more green around here. Of course, for the local governors, it has to be contiguous land to have direct roadage from the capital. And so it can't be here, can't be there. But Egypt was a good choice. Since it's compact enough, and enough proximity from roads in the Nile, that proximity spread pretty well. $35 maximum, 22 max, 12, eh. So eventually you'll start getting higher on control. There. October, Senato time. Instead of all the way in the green, Senato possible should be blaring orange-red. Hey, you can do Parliament now. The smart place to wait for a little bit closer towards the end of the month to get a slight more amount of ticks. Because it's gonna be 180 days regardless. But not every month is the same 30 days. Expand mining operations, member of burgers, so we didn't get the cool, sexy, fix the economy one. Back the war effort. Reinforcement speed 10% and lose war exhaustion, we got 0. Mining operations, mining costs, raw materials. Oh, we could expand on stone, marble, iron, marble. Stone, tin, mercury stone. Expand regimental camp infrastructure. So it's cool. I'll also need it to ensure I could afford all this. I'm only down to 13,000 now. Increase our control. Monthly control plus 0.5. And builds a counting house in Mini. This could be pretty good. Because while this war goes on, my current revolter is at 100%. And there's so many of those. Seem hesitant to fire. They hate me, but they don't want to be seen as unpatriotic. And so for the next half a year, plenty of places have like 0.3, 0.5 already. We could make it a whole integer per month or pretty close to it. Promote integration process. 20% integration speed for the next half year. And Alalamean increases by 20%. Excuse me. Burgers happier, missionary zeal. 12% of lower Egyptian Sunni peasants in Cairo become Catholic. Support the state. Minor stats and 50% crown power. Maybe we'll do integration process then. And between 11% for here and half of my 41, we'll start off with 30% for parliamentary support, to ask for more taxes, to ask for favors for me. Local market complaints. Burgers lose satisfaction, they're at 96 already. Local markets. Production efficiency and local burger power. And local burgers do have the next highest power to me. 41% me, 31% burgers, then 12 clergy, 11 nobility. Commoners got jack shit. Increase opinion of who? Okay. I was confused because it's green to green. I thought, wait a minute, they have it now where other people could be happier when you do something for an estate, but no. It just confused me because it's green to green, but it does drop them. The green to green is just, they'll be happy to still happy. Which just clutters it to me, I think. We could already see the relative comparison of the numbers from 92 to 89, from 57 to 55. What if they took the masks away and just had a green number to green number, or green number to yellow number, or yellow number to red? Because the masks make me think they go happier, because it's smiling at the end. That's what it's communicating. It's communicating that they're smiling afterwards. Which, sure, they're still happy with me, but it makes it look as if the outcome is they become happy. But I guess it's also a, what is it? Accessibility thing. If it was only color to color, and then color to color, what if somebody has difficulty seeing that gradation of color? So what if the mask only shows up if it goes low enough to cross a threshold to, hey, these guys aren't as happy anymore, or hey, these guys are going to become angry? Like, what if the masks only show up for will become X? Because again, I could see the number, I could read the number. Preservation of individualist? Nah. Communal values? Just lose some legitimacy? Well, first, we gotta get those additional taxes. One whole year of more taxes. What if I try to get the nobles closer to 60? And just tax out everybody else instead, because the burghers aren't unhappy. They're not going to be challenging me anytime soon. Commoners will raise it to 45%. I could tax some more. They're at 83% now, but I like the idea of making the burghers and the nobles pay more when I could be allowed to. I like progressive taxation, where the more you make, the more you pay. I don't like regressive taxation, where if you're making jack shit, sucks to be you, you're the huddled masses, there's more of you, so just tax all the more of you, while the rich get richer. That's brain dead. But the burghers and the nobles have guns, they got swords, they got pikes. Maybe the lack of power of the nobility will mean that when they revolt, it won't be as bad. Because that's the danger, right? If they got more power, they're more dangerous to you, not just their political clout, right? We're making the burghers pay for it? Right now, yes. I can tax the commoners more, and they'll still be happy. 65% tax for the commoners, 51.89 for the burghers at a current 31%, 31.98 tax for the nobility. I don't want to do that, I gotta be just a little bit nice. So commoners, I'll cap at 45. Tax the burghers at 51.89. And I'm gonna keep the nobles at only 31.98. Because I want to see if they'll be less rebellious if I get them to 60%. They're basically big babies, those nobles. Casus Belli's, I think I'm gonna hold off on. We still got over 100 years of game. We got like 107 years left in the game. I want to get Novara and get a more complete Italy here. The bits of Hungary in Italy is going to become Italy by the 1st of June 2055 anyway, so there's no point rushing it. Spain, I think I'll fully take over at some point. But I don't need to be in too much of a hurry yet. If I consume Spain, then I'm gonna end up taking over their vassals, aren't I? Their subjects. Do they have any subjects left? They do. Tabo. Those bits in coastal Central Africa. Central Congo. And New Spain. What counts for New Spain? Ah, there it is, just under the Maya. So, there's not really much of anything else I would ask. What about law changes? Intelligence agencies. We had it at home security, and then I realized that the counter-espionage plus 25% was being applied to everybody else. My counter-espionage from home security was becoming everyone else's counter-espionage home security. But because I don't really care about stealing maps now anyway, and I'm getting plenty of cheap casus belli off of Parliament, we could switch over to counter-espionage, and at least maybe then I won't get people sowing dissent in places. Administrative system, unitary, give centralization and proximity. Proximity speed it is now, how quickly proximity moves between locations. Ten, loyalty of subjects. Less control. Pop joint threshold, decentralizations, unitary is alright. Centralized bureaucracy speaks for itself, it's either that or decentralized. Cabinet laws, dynastic. Less power for nobles, clergy, and burgher. Traditional. Burghers in towns and cities. Liberalism plus 10. Happier nobles of nobility of the robe. Aristocratic families of the realm must not only provide counsel, but also swear eternal loyalty to our ruler. Yeah, that's where we're sitting at a noble insurgent faction right now. De jure by blood or tradition. We could shift more towards inwards. What could I do to get more inwards? Because by blood gives integration speed and outwards. But I think I like that plus 10 integration speed. Legitimization of power. We got the 2 treaties of government right now. Proximity speed through land. Favor the ruler, of course. Slightly less happy estates, but better crown power. Favor the common people, favor elites, the wealthy, traditional. Burghers. We've given them strong guilds. For better production efficiency and plutocracy. Mercantilism, outward centralization. Reduced mercantile regulation gives more burgher power, and they're already at 31. With a slight bonus to free trade. Strengthen rights of the burgher, more power for more trade efficiency. So I think strong guilds is alright. We'll just support the unions. Rights of the clergy? Might as well strengthen them. Curtail. We could tie them a bit. Increase maximum tax. Secularization of the state. Maximum tax 100%. Less clergy power. But you could tax them for so little anyway, especially when you make them hate you from secularization, that it's not even worth it. At least not for me, I haven't found the secret juice. Rights of the crown, equal power relation. Apparently you can get crown power closer to 80 or 90. I'm quite satisfied sitting on 40, so this is alright. Just neutralize it. But maybe the next campaign I do, I might squeeze more towards absolutism. And though I think going for liberalism for the benefits thereof, while squeezing out crown power in other ways, is also a pretty good combination. Nobility, rural noble authority, cheaper forts, very slight noble power, but they get 2.5 happiness. And free subject bonuses we have now nullify the progress towards serfdom. Nobility electorate, I like. Free legitimacy. Nobles get a very slight amount of power. They get happier for it. And you get some pretty damn good dynastic elective succession laws. The only counter to it is that I lose my personal unions within a generation if I do it that way. So rural, if I care about hereditary, if I care about primogeniture, I should say, and then nobility if I don't. And by nobility I mean like the elective nobility. Large standing armies better. You get more frontage, progress towards quantity. And it turns out that quantity is actually what I want. Ruler General. Bit more legitimacy, centralization, and absolutism for a very tiny cost. Levies, we got peasant levies. Progress towards quantity is most of what I want from that. Maritime law, we got audits. Progress towards naval. And slightly cheaper maintenance. Traditional naval supplies, more sailors, serfdom. Yeah. That one's alright to keep too. Fleets in being. Another 10 towards outwards. And another 10% cheaper maintenance. Nah. If I want to shrink out, that's the trouble with outwards, is that there's so many things that benefit outwards. Censorship, no censorship of course. Heir religion, any religion is fine. And because there's no contradiction between my heir's religion and Hungary's or Poland's, there's no conflict. Jesuits allowed. Open borders. Doesn't disallow foreign migration, gives point towards liberalism. Gold and silver working on. Settled colonies. Settled colonies is giving me 0.05 towards outwards. It's not a whole lot. And communalism versus individualism. 0.05 isn't going to hurt. So, the big advantage in changing away from settled colonies is mostly to lose a bit of outward bonus to try to build more towards inwards. Martial society. Progress towards belligerent. I think at this point, a shift towards civil society should be alright. We're basically the top dog as far as military goes. So we could change that, but it's not a major change to how my country operates right now. Free trade gives progress towards free trade and trade advantage, and the progress towards free trade doesn't matter because mercantilism is consuming it anyway. Monthly inflation minus 0.05 if we embrace economic theory. It might be worth embracing economic theory instead. Especially given, hair getting my mouth, how weak my trade game is. Oh boy, possible number of artists plus 1. Religious teachings at least give education for every class of people. And not just nobles, not just clergy, not just burghers. I like having the majority of my people be educated. Though doesn't that also give you a disadvantage? Like, doesn't the risk of rebellion also increase with how educated people are? A dumb populace could be easily pacified. A smart populace knows they're being screwed over. But it also impacts your innovation, your innovation. So what I mean to say, your literacy, right? Impacts how quickly you learn advances. So, sucks, but you want your smarter people anyway, even if they're more rebellious. You just gotta make them happier. Integrate foreign traditions. Cultural influence and pop assimilation. Culture capacity. Minus 25% add accepted culture cost on top of giving me 1 extra culture capacity. Maybe it's better than integrating foreign traditions. Faster pop assimilation speed, some cultural influence, but this makes accepted cultures cheaper. I don't know how retroactive that is. If it's retroactive, then fantastic, while also giving an extra capacity boost. I think I might want to do that. Instead of integrating their funny ways into our ways, we accept their funny ways as their ways, but they're allowed to do it. So maybe I'll change that one. Mining laws, free subjects, plutocracy and capital economy, happier peasants, nobility-controlled mines, aristocracy and traditional because they're slave drivers, native policy for trade, gives progress towards free trade, society of pops are happier, but it doesn't matter because society of pops is just terrain. That's it, they might as well not exist. Humanist, monthly religious conversion from buildings. We could go integration. Colonial maintenance and free trade. Religious conversion from buildings. We have cathedrals all over the place. And especially since we're planning on ditching most of our colonies pretty soon anyway. We're not going to be doing too much harm by having an integration policy. And again, not that it matters, because the way colonization works, it's basically overriding the local population, so there's nobody to integrate by the end. If I ban the export of gold and silver, unlimited export, trade advantage, more output of gold and silver, less income from minting. A lot of our income is coming from minting. So, replacing a minus 33 with a plus 33 is effectively getting a plus 66. There's other ways to get trade advantage. And of course, free press. Gotta get that max literacy, free subject, individual, liberalism, even if there's a slight crown power disadvantage. $29.98 is a big boost, since these are at 13% each now. I feel like a right tool, though, destroying local markets. It's like destroying what is it? The fairgrounds that the peasants have? Their festival grounds? The little bit of joy they have, but the church says no festival for you. How bad is a local market anyway? It gives me 1 production efficiency, the burgers only get 10 local power, that's it. Establish markets locally to allow the commerce to flow. They're bringing the goods where the people are and taking their money to where I am. That's a good thing. But it's politics. 2 towards communalism, 5 towards individualism, and we've only got 29.25 communalism right now anyway. Which isn't giving me a whole lot of pop join rebel or estate satisfaction bonus when it's this low. So I do want more communalism. When individualism is dominant, oh wow, 10 extra army morale, navy morale, pop migration for -5 estate satisfaction. The revoke privilege I don't care about all that much. But -5 pop join rebel threshold and an extra 2.5 estates happy, that I do like. Forget pushing towards, well, anybody could be a billionaire if you work hard enough, wink, wink, wink. Take care of the whole, from top to bottom. Let's break those local markets. Spiritual retreat complaints. The nobles just have it in for everybody right now. Clergy food consumption and local clergy power. Okay. Let's do support communal first. Then address. Making everybody hate me for the next 6 months. Was that more spiritual retreats to destroy? The nobles just want all the spiritual retreats gone. Okay, but 81. Let's change some laws here. Some free law changes. Let's get... If we ban the export of gold and silver, that's more incentive for these guys to join us. If they want this sweet gold and silver, they gotta join us. And what else is it gonna change? Native policy? I prefer to live and let live. But if this is a case of getting benefit, monthly religious conversion from buildings means all the Lutherans, the Sunni, the Orthodox. I don't wanna though. The monthly religious conversions plus 50% is the only thing I would get from that. What's my current conversion rates at 33.3 anyway? Religious unity 65.17. Even with the Lutherans, even with the Orthodox, even with the Sunnis we have in North Africa. We're okay. Although nobody likes us. 1.2 tolerance heathens. 2.2 tolerance heretics. 0.9 primary religion. I'm a sinner. Me being a sinner is a big contributor to my own people rising up against me. Culture. We'll see if this becomes retroactively cheaper and we get a bit more, and then we could accept somebody else or tolerate somebody else. We're still mostly Neapolitans. Lower Egyptians are very close behind. Castilians we could tolerate, maybe. And a lot of my other tolerated Italians are all so small. Even Sicilians, who are accepted culture, are only 1.97. Medians are accepted, 2.63. Corsicans I tolerate, but they're barely anything. Albanians, the same. Okay. So where was that particular culture law that I wanted? Foreign culture law. From integrate foreign traditions, culturally appropriate all the fun stuff. Instead, we shall allow people to conduct themselves as is most appropriate to them. .45 over 3.81. And then let's see. We got 54%. We could leave it at that. 2 law changes. And I don't think there's anything else I cared. There was colonial policy towards trade. Just to get a little bit away from outward. But the trouble with that one is right now, that would just drop outward to 0.3. That's not a whole lot. Fix vassal obligations, buy blood, fleet in being. So, there's only a few things contributing, but it's things that do help me out. And the only one that really doesn't has the smallest 0.05, so it doesn't matter. Are there any cool new reforms I could do for myself? Cost 20 to change reforms. Number of naval governors +1. So administration of shipyards is also making it easier to improve my proximity. Number of naval governors +1, harbor administration. Parliament-based support and plutocracy. So plutocratic ethos we could safely change away. That's kind of not as important anymore. The base support is alright, but not a whole lot. Admiralty regime doesn't give us an extra +1 naval governor. Tolerance of heretics and heathens, 1 and 1. 1 and 1 for heretics and heathens. 0.2 and 1.2. So it wouldn't be a major game changer on its own. Naval, maritime trade advantage. Progress to land, food production and prosperity. More outwards. Peasant land inheritance, free subjects and tax efficiency extra. Tax efficiency is always good, that's better taxes for you. And I like free subjects, and I like being nice to peasants. Even the lowliest commoners, the rights to inherit and continue using lands of their forefathers. Maybe that is how I'll unite all these disparate peoples that now want to rebel against me. Hey, guess what? I know all of you are very, very sore that these foreign Neapolitans have violated your sovereignty to add you to the realm. But now the lowest lot of you could be landowners. What now, huh? Modern road railroads cost 10% cheaper. Culture capacity +1 for cultural recognition. Legitimacy and traditional license to press. More outwards. Household attrition +1. Humanitarian administration, culture capacity 20%. Maybe. Consolidation of diplomatic affairs, subject opinion +20, but not subject loyalty, so I couldn't give two shits. Quantity +10. Estate power doubled for 20 base support in parliament and decentralization. Tax efficiency 3, cultural tradition, and inwards for expanded archive. Feudal nobility, 5, loyalty of subjects, Keep sweet talking me, honey, that's not quite enough yet. 3, tax efficiency for 5, noble power only. And the 0.1 aristocracy progress could be gobbled up by everything else. Tax efficiency 3 for decentralization. Okay. What else do we have that we don't quite have yet? Inflation, trade maintenance. If capital economy was at 50, trade maintenance is just more money. Traditional economy would give mining communities. Universal serfdom. Less peasant power, more crown power. Some people swear by it, but peasants don't have much power anyway. You kind of have to try really, really hard and deliberate to get any kind of peasant power. State-backed merchant fleets, mercantilism and naval. Cheaper light ship maintenance. Maritime advantage, trade range over sea and outwards. Calculated delays, conciliatory. More inwards. I think all in all, conciliatory might be better than belligerent. And there's more inward bonuses if you have conciliatory stuff. Which I guess makes sense if you're belligerent, you're attacking outwards to take people's shit. -1 to tolerance of heretics. Possible soldiers per 1,000 pops +100. Military allotment requires quantity. More soldiers per population. Less maximum tax for peasants. I like the side of that already. Reinforcement speed faster and free subjects. Quantity is what we should have been going for from the start, because you also get frontage. And frontage is mighty powerful. It doesn't quite matter so much what correct section or whatever, if you're not fitting as many people in the active fight. This requires quality, no matter. Decentralization, no matter. Absolutism and belligerent. Centralization of power, absolutism and centralization. More crown power, centralization, absolutism just makes it better for itself. Okay. So, if I want to replace plutocratic ethos right now, I like the sound of better tax efficiency for more money, free subject for that bonus, happier peasants, better peasant enfranchisement, better pop promotion, prosperity, and I even get the little feel good for my peasants get a bit more rights. Redefined our monarchy, moving away from plutocracy and closer towards peasants happier. Though I did lose some rebel join, rebel leave threshold benefits, and some estate satisfaction equilibrium, but that's alright. Since they did move things around for tribal estates, or tribal privileges. Assimilation to tribesmen blocked. I could put assimilation to tribesmen blocked, and then put integration as a native policy. Farming cost, conversion to tribesmen blocked, cultural influence minus 10%. They got rid of the privilege benefits that were basically freebies. Peasant enfranchisement, decentralization free subjects, peasant enfranchisement. What is my current peasant enfranchisement? Because that's a new value, and we've already got a few privileges for the peasants. 54.58%. Cool. Cabinet member died of old age. Okay. And there's local governors +1. Now that I got my local governors +1, where were the other things that I took out? There was something else here. It was either Discovery or Reformation that had a new one that I cared to add, but I wanted the local governors first. Cardinal prize. Cabinet member cost and less estate power from cabinet position. Make clergies eat less food. Possible burgers and town migration. Some of it is new advances, and some of it is new things added to old advances. And so I already have some +1s to our local governors already. Was it Reformation then? Oh man, more artists. Port Authority. Mercenaries, eh? Sorry, Johan, you gotta sell me on the idea of mercenaries better. I'm pretty sure they're cheaper now, but it's a bit late for this campaign. Maritime Presence +25. Extra baggage. Was it Renaissance then? Clergy estate satisfaction. It might have been an easy noble satisfaction I grabbed. I forget what exactly it was now. Road building time, which is Italy exclusive. Connecting the interior, but right now, it's only road building time. If it was earlier in the campaign, it would have been cool to add, but it was retroactively added, so. Was that retroactively added, or was that just one I didn't care about because it's just road building time and not cost or whatever? I gotta go through 2 months of VODs now to audit whether that was already there and I just didn't want to take it. Change policy costs of a minor... Disembarkment is interesting, but I won't take it just right now. Prestige, Inquisition laws... My heretics do not appreciate that I could have taken Inquisition laws, but never have. Naval supplies manufactories, glassworks, breweries, winery manufactories. All these manufactories. You get lots of manufactories in, what's the era prior? Yeah, Dye's Workshop, all these workshops you get in Age of Reformation. And then 100 years later, here's a maximum improved version. Just wasted your research going for those other ones, you dummy. Coal and what? Coal burner building. Food production, furniture... Iron and papier. Integration is what I think I added. National sovereignty. And then clicked out everything else instead. So let's get that speed of integration. But there's nothing for speed assimilation. Colonial migration, we already own the whole damn world. Bank interest, we don't take loans. Pacify population cabinet action. Unrest minus 20%. Pop join rebel threshold down. Pop leave rebel threshold down. Minus 20%. Decreases the unrest of the local population. Mechanically, that's a little bit different from suppressing rebels, which stymies their monthly progress. Unrest isn't progress, though. Unrest is a local modifier to the land that contributes to it, right? Impacts the unrest in a location. In a certain location. It's interesting. I could put a bunch of guys to pacifying population, keep agitators in check. Alleviate concerns for antagonism. Tolerance of true faith up. Malaria resistance. Jesuits bark. Oh man. Do I gotta worry about malaria greater than before compared to when we last played this now? Opera house, cultural tradition, influence, and -5 unrest. Diplomat. Speed of integration we're adding to. We could do paper. Alright, if I guess I don't see anything else exciting, then I guess we just put manufactories everywhere. Unlock some better buildings. Okay. Let's get cloth manufactories, books and paper, glassworks, wine manufactories. I feel like that is an insult to the vineyards we have up and down Italy. Let's get monthly control first. Monthly control, and then we'll get the other stuff. Cork stoppers for wine output. Alright. And now that I've gone through all that, our law changes and our tech advancements, let's do another BRB? No, soon enough, but not quite yet. Alright, cabinet member. Alright, this is a diplomacy one. How about somebody who's not completely sucky? How's that daughter of mine? 86, 74, 75? And she's young, so she'll be on the job for a while. Filippo sucks. Maria, eh. Legitimacy also gives more crown power, more pops leave rebel threshold. Well, it really is who you know, isn't it? 17 years of age. She still looks like a meek little child. She's got her baby cheeks still. And she is given a position in the cabinet, and so no wonder we have less legitimacy in the eyes of our subjects. There she is. Caterina Angio. She looks like a frightened child. Like, what do you mean I gotta work in the cabinet already? You're sending me where? You're sending me to a matter about us what? Mama! Mama, no! Still making lots of money. Let's do... Still making 800 a month that way. A whole integer a month for 15 months, and then we'll tone it down. After all, we are getting the extra taxes too. Oh man, Hungary's war is progressing. I might actually have these revolts fire. 1, 2, 3, 4, 99.17, 99 point, or 96.08, 95.98. My poor realm was gonna be catching on fire soon. Possible cabinet actions. Okay, hold on. Minor rebel uprising. High Alemannic patriots no longer have to stress me out with a couple of drunk uncles of the mountains taking control of a castle for the winter. Catalonia integration finished. Upper Egypt, or Lower Egypt, should be basically done. I don't have any more land from here. Is it just not maxed out to 100 yet? 96.29. El Alamayan. Was that 0, really? now. Town demands seat in Senato. Town of Luceri. 1 urban parliament seat for local burgher power. Disappointed they have not been chosen as a seat of the current Senato. Secure their interest in the future. They don't realize that by law, the Senato is always in the capital now. If they want a pretty building, and if they're paying for it, and they're paying for it, 79% Senato support. So, I scrounged around for Senato support to get priority law changes. What other law changes could we do? By blood gives outward and speed of integration. Inward and cultural tradition. I do want to get more towards inward, but it's not going to happen anytime soon. There's only like 100 years left in the game. For crown power, monthly control. So we could change the feudal de jure law to by tradition. And is that the only thing I really care for now? Piracy laws, currently anti-piracy. We could do state piracy. Martial society to civil society. Lose belligerence. Gain conciliatory and maximum tax for peasants. $66. It'll drop me down to 53 then. Civil versus traditional. Cabinet laws is dynastic. Legitimization of power. Liberalism and happier estates. Separatism -5 would go with Leviathan. More crown power. Less separatism. But then I lose the estate satisfaction equilibrium. Large setting army. Battle leader is alright. I guess we could shift over to trade colonies. Settled colonies give outward. Alright. And now that's a very minor push away from outwards. 0.3 now. Which one's by blood? Feudal de jure law. We changed. That one's shifting over to... Where is it? Not civil society. Didn't we? Feudal de jure laws. Right, holding on to it because of the speed of integration. There's lots of other bonuses to integration. If we turn that 0.1 into inwards 0.1, that's a big chunk taken away. There's still 147 days to go. Maybe somebody else is going to give me a plus 10 or something to the Senato. Also, I've nearly forgotten. One more local governor can be built. We're maxed on naval governors. We could do one more for local governors. If I want to get a little bit more proximity in a contiguous land area, so it could never be into this area, because we have roads connecting here, but it's not roads that I own. It has to be connected by road to be a local governor. So if I conquer this from Spain, then we could get a local road going here, out there, to Tunis. But right now we can't. So I'm thinking we could put another local governor somewhere in Spain, and then this will blossom a bit more. We could put it more in the Aquitaine area. And it gives an 80% that it radiates out from, so it doesn't necessarily have to be on the coast, which gives radiation to proximity anyway. Toulouse. A governor in Toulouse sounds cool. Saint Flower. Though if we put one in northern Italy, that could help with the low control we typically get up here also. I think Spain's okay. We got some good radiation starting, and it'll get better with time. But I should express greater control in northern Italy in general. Especially with mountains here blocking things off. We got plenty of coastal proximity, because we got good ports and harbors and everything. And a pretty damn good networks of roads going down. That network of road and rivers up here will definitely benefit if I put a local governor somewhere. Maybe Parma, Cremona. Milan isn't on a river, but it's close. And of course there's a whole calculation of you want your capital, in this case your local governor, upstream of the river, downstream of the river. We could do Milan, Pavia, Cremona, Parma, Mantua, Ferrara, Bologna. Let's go Cremona for the local governor. Bit more central in northern Italy. And that way this mustardy color should blossom into more blues. And now, after looking through all of my laws for way too long, now I gotta get more tea. So, let me get a proper BRB now. Put the world map in its proper configuration. For whatever reason, people like to cut the Pacific into not even halves. They'll shove everything into one margin, everything into another margin, and all this basically doesn't exist on most maps. Really bizarre. Whereas everything fits perfectly here. The sparsely populated Atlantic shoved into one margin, the sparsely unpopulated Atlantic shoved in the next margin, and then every place where people actually live fitting perfectly onto the map? It only makes sense. Now, I'll be back with more tea. flea trying to climb up Toasty's nose. They've been getting a lot more flea baths lately ever since having fleas caught on them. And it is remarkable and creepy how quickly fleas can move. You turn around, you see a flea standing on the top of your animal's fur, and before you get up, it just shimmies down the fur and vanishes no matter how much you try to crawl around to find it. Luckily, this thing was on his nose, and it tried to get away from me by crawling towards the nostril, but there's no fur there, so I snatched it, threw it outside. The sooner these cats are through with their current flea infection, the better. Or flea infestation, I mean. All these law changes. Four more months left, Senato. Age of absolutism, we got what, 7 years? This war's basically done. There's 2 bits of Austria and little bits down here too. Now that's just Hungary. So there, and that's it. Burghers of Giza. Senato members of Giza hold an influential position. Wealth holds much sway, and they use it to lobby against our efforts -5. Alright. We could do individualist, but I don't wanna. We could do 5 towards traditional, but I don't wanna. I could have a chair that doesn't sink. War exhaustion. Spiritual retreat complaints. People dedicated to the faith strive to rise above earthly matters and get close to the divinity. And yet, it gives them more food consumption. That does not sound like rising above earthly matters if they still have to eat more. 47.56, alright. We'll get it to the bare minimum. Remove any spiritual retreat that has received complaints from the nobility. And then burger mansion complaints. Local burger power. And 25% extra food consumption. Well, shucks, what am I supposed to do? It's a whole 0.75%. Oh, that's right. What I was going for was an extra 0.1 for nobility. What was it? Nobility recovery. So instead of a 0.2, normally be a 0.3. Ah, well, it doesn't matter. Yeah, 51 whole percent. We got a bit extra to work with now. Unhappiness among the clergy. Lose 10 satisfaction or lose 5 prestige. Buy prestige. I think by the time the next Senato comes around, I should be able to get all these rebellions under control. And then maybe we'll take a bit more of Spain. Palma's devastated? What from? Game, why you hiccuping up on me? Nobility insurgents at 97 still. I think 3-1. Come on, we got you guys up to 58%. And they're not getting any lower? If that's the case, I might as well tax a bit more. I'm being nice to them with the hope that maybe it drops their progress some. A state power of 0.09. How's my maritime presence looking? 56 is so ridiculously low. 87 only? 96 only? Go away, boats. Go away, boats! 99? The heck? But I've also got this boat out here doing some stuff to raise my presence this way. 100 for Italy, 100 for Havana, 100 for Italy, 100 for Havana. Just keeping them present to make sure I get some advantage. 58 days left. I don't think there's gonna be any last second event that gives me an extra 10 or even 30 to my Senato support. – 94% for my gold and silver coins law, 95. Integration's about halfway through. Integration 75%. If we're lucky, this will finish before Hungary finishes their war. Kalahari. Cool. Check. Lower Egypt is almost fully integrated. Only 97.86 now. I wonder if it's quicker to put integration for the area or just put integration for the one location, because it's just here. That's the only bit that isn't integrated yet. And so having them integrate all of this along with it doesn't really matter. Done on January of 1732. Where's the integration map mode? So this is at max then, right? It's just not... Current status is integrated. So what if I shift you to only? Or I guess there's no integrate singular spot anymore. Over half the year for just one area, when I could have him work on any other place that needs it. Gascony's got a couple, well that's a mountain. Gascony's got this bit. Guyon's got that. Since Egypt is just the one little bit now. Piedmont has a lot left to go, but there's not too much struggle going on here. Though I'm pretty sure some of my revolting nobles are also in that area. Lutheran patriots 100%. Noble insurgents are in too many areas. I got too many disparate nobles. But no, there's not too much of the Piedmont area. Most are out here in eastern northern Italy. All these little islands all throughout Tunisia, Algeria, Greece. I barely have places in Andalus. Most of that belongs to Spain still. As is that. What am I even trying to integrate here then? Condom? Just condom, is that it? At least Piedmont actually have places in there. Maghreb al Aswad is only barely 20%. Piedmont nearly done. February of 1732, so a little bit after the projection for the other one. Precious metal export ban. I thought you had like 90 something, just 28? No, that's right, it was gold and silver. Or am I minting? That lets me mint a little bit more without inflation. But right now I want the 0.05 so I can make a little bit. And still drop my 12.3% inflation. How's my constructions? All my regimental camps still building. Couple of weeks to go. And I'll start getting a little bit of a slight boost to my manpower. It's only minus 36 now. It was at minus 50 before. The state constructions, merchants guilds for burger power and slight trade advantage, lazaretto for health, disease resistance, modern roads, more spiritual retreats, hospitals, universities, modern roads. At least with their cash, they actually build. Oh, look at that, 0.18 now that they're up to 60. They actually do build roads with their cash sometimes. "31 rebels. I gained since the last I looked. Keep your war going, Hungary. I'm not complaining. 95%, oh no. You rarely get to see war score actually hit 100. Annexation progress, 2055. It's very slowly getting lower. Barcelona is devastated right now too, really. Noble insurgents at 98.18. Ugh. But at least it's only 0.18 right now. It's getting slower. The more stability we get, the more legitimacy we get. That's pop leave threshold. That's pop join and pop leave threshold. Let's see, 40k buildings. Maybe I should make some local unrest down buildings. Counting houses give crown power. Yeah. Minting offices. Local crown power and maximum control. Theaters for minus 2% unrest. 2 whole percent unrest. Royal Audience and Chancery. Arts Academy and Capital. Not too much there I can work with. Cathedrals give migration attraction, pop conversion, literacy for clergy. Pop conversion. Institution growth, literacy. Max control of 20 for the bailiff. Forts only give up to -5 for unrest down. But really, that's just giving the castle to them. Nobles are at 60% happiness now. It's dropped to 0.17. What if I... What if I get them to 70? Or 75 even? It's gonna take them a while, because 0.2 each month only. Would diplomatic spending help? Let's see. Speed of annexation, subject loyalty, monthly complacency down. Let's put some money towards stability too. Like I said, it takes a lot of money to get even a small dent to stability. That much to get a quarter stability per month. I got 43,000. Let's turn this 43,000 into stability. All that only gets me 0.38. That's only 18 more than 0.25. That's not a very good investment. Stability is a racket. Assimilations at 20%. What's this? An invite to join the Kievan independence movement. has the following members: Kiev, Norway, and Alania. Well, it's Kiev against the Jolchids, right? They got 278,000 soldiers to their name. 57,000 regulars, 11,000 cavalry. They're already pretty damn strong compared to the Jolchids, who've got barely anything. My thinking is, can I agree to this without having to commit? Georgia? The only subject that the Jolchids have is Kiev. That's their only subject, and they belong to Georgia now as a tributary. Okay, we'll accept. Maybe if they do their war for independence against the Jolchids, then even after Hungary finishes their war, ongoing war means that these guys over here won't actually fire their stuff. Oh, it's back at the point 18. And October's gonna come up, so that's going to be my 1 year of higher taxes disappearing. Cabinet member fell down the stairs to his death. 63 years away, Libero Bianchi. 95 does not warrant purple. Everybody is so old. Do we have any... We don't have a head of cabinet right now. Clergy head of cabinet makes the clergy very slightly happier for 25% more power. Commoner head of cabinet, 5% happiness for 25% power. And crown head of cabinet, 25% crown power, and little bonuses to legitimacy, and whatever else the equivalent is for the other government types. Okay. And she's only 18 years of age, so she'll be head of cabinet for a good long while. It really is who you know. Literally a frightened child. But she's my kid, and so she's getting the job. Christiana Pietas. Refresh me what it does. Tolerance for heathen beliefs. Heathens or heretics? For heathen beliefs +2. So heathens will actually be a positive 0.8. Where's my... religion by location? So all the Sunnis here, and, well, the Lutherans are heretics, forget them, but the Sunnis will be a little bit less rebellious. So Egypt will be a bit kinder. Algeria and Tunis will be a bit kinder. Plus 1,000. What shifted? Burgers still have maximum tax. Keeps him at 77%. So, end of October, all that maximum tax is gonna vanish. The burgers are gonna return to like 103% equilibrium. I'm amazed that this war is not considered complete yet. The war is won. They're just chasing people through the streets and terrorizing them now. I'm a bit worried about this. War is won. Humiliate Austria, annexes Austria. And that's bad news for me, because now all these are gonna fire on the first of... It's gonna be the first of the month, isn't it? EU5 is a very on the first of the month kind of game. At the very least, there's no country supporting them. Man, even the guys down here are all the way back up to 1 point whatever, 1 point whatever. Rebels are no joke. These would have been like a 0.3 or a 0.4, or maybe a 0.5 or 0.7 at the worst, with 1 point whatever being the most extreme. Noble Insurgents now 0.36. Lower Egyptian Patriots proclaimed a country. And, the Mamluks are helping them out with that. Which is great. I wasn't tracking that. It showed 0. It showed 0 countries supporting them, did it not? I do believe it did show 0 countries supporting them. Well... The game is chugging along so much more now. Excuse me? 99,000. 82. Are you not on the right port? No, you're not. So now I gotta get... Maybe I could push an advantage here? Cause all we really gotta do is get... Oh no. There's a little bit down there right in between. Do I push this to some kind of advantage? No, I can't, because Egypt is helping out. This isn't considered... Egypt is considered the war leader. War goal to liberate. And they got rid of the big annex country button here. So I can't... There was a bug previously where if something like this happened, where a part of you revolts and an outside power becomes a war leader to protect them, you could just press the annex country button, annex revolter button, on day 1. And that would re-annex the revolter and also the people helping them out. And so there are plenty of funny screenshots on the Reddit and whining on the Paradox Plaza forums about like taking over all the Ottomans, taking over all of France. And it seems the solution to that is just removing the button. They'll accept a white peace already because it means independence for them. Okay. This one I've actually got to worry about. But I got no manpower. I got no manpower to do what right now counts as a foreign war in Egypt. Even with all the regimental camps and things that I was building, that only brings us down to 25,000 per month. And I gotta boost the army maintenance. We're going against an actual army now. We're actually going against the Mamluks again. Should I hire mercenaries? Mercenaries are still kind of shitty. Is this supposed to have no leaders on them? Second Army is the only one close by. Adjacent to one of our controlled locations. We own so much of Europe, and this is the only mercenary adjacent to my location. We can gather a new mercenary army, but I would find it quite pointless. Okay. Hungary. Call into first rebellion. There's an extra 300,000. Poland. Caught into first rebellion. Any other bits of me? Galway? What if I try to conquer more of Ireland or Galway? Pale is subservient to England. We could do Italian Ireland. Man, it's gonna take a bit to disembark. I'm gonna lose so much morale disembarking. Let's move into Crete first. Then get... Let's see, you're all the offense fleet, right? few light ships. Some heavies. Okay. Though it's smarter, I think, to make smaller stacks for the frontage. We'll put a little safety save for tradition's sake. But I think I'll be sitting this one all the way through. All I should have to do is take the war target area, and that should be enough. And then push on through and bully the Mamluks a little bit. Taking war score should be control of the place. Oh, some hostile fleet. What do they got? Lights and heavies. I've also got very few commanders. Putting army commanders in all these. These guys can join with. Important thing is to keep the morale going. The more we replenish, the more they get depleted. There's a Bulgaria? Hey, there's a Bulgaria! Oh man, that means that Hungary has a rebellion going on. Oh, Tunis is... Oh, fuck, man. Tunis is joining in on this too. It's the damn coalition is why. They were part of the same coalition. That's annoying. Hungary gets this revolt going on at the exact same time as this. Ah. That's okay, we'll focus. How long did it take to drop here? Several weeks. How about to drop there instead? 12th of January? Okay, let's go next door. '22nd. Even worse here? 4th of January, alright. Ugh, all the tuna's rising up too, man. I didn't want to do more wars for expansion. We could try to smack these guys around, but there's no need for that. The annoying part is that because all of these guys are joining in, the cost of the war score has also risen. Kind of like that one war we were doing last year where, when it was us against France, it was pretty cheap. And then Bohemia joined, and the worst part of Bohemia joining the war wasn't having two guys to fight, it was the cost of everything became so much more expensive. Bohemia was just aiding, but we had to consider the cost of all of their tax base and production and everything else into the cost for our war scores. Let me do a quick paranoia check to the bitrate. Amazingly, after almost 5 hours, bitrate has been surprisingly well behaved. Okay. Let's turn that off now. No longer part of the Kievan independence movement. This is a really stupid thing. If you're part of somebody's coalition, and now if you're part of somebody's independence movement, if somebody else joins, and they don't like you, you have to be kicked out. Doesn't that make absolutely no sense? If the massive, giant Kingdom of Italy, with hundreds of thousands of potential levies, and 200,000 technologically relevant regulars, is backing somebody's coalition or independence movement, aren't they a little bit more important than Mains? Little tiny Mains? Mains are their 18,000 total troops? You're kicking out 575,000 potential soldiers for your independence movement because little Mains decided to front on in. That makes no sense. I get why they do it, because we're the potential target of a coalition and they're opposed to us. But either they should be able to join anyway, and then we end up fighting together for this cause, even though we might be in coalition later on in opposite sides. And then, should that coalition ever fire, then maybe that shifts some alliances around, so somebody has to leave a war. Or if it's gonna be that strict, maybe they shouldn't be able to join. Because as it stands, coalitions, well, against the player, as we could see, coalition here, Egypt and Tunis joined together to turn one little Eastern Mediterranean thing into a two-front thing. But I mean, this way, large parties cannot join coalitions and help out. Maybe they intend it to be that way because a coalition should be a tiny thing, but then Kiev here, getting the military backing of the local superpower, now they don't. It's like if Kiev wanted protection against, let's say, the Grand Principality of Smolensk, and the biggest hegemon's like, yeah, don't worry about it, Ukraine, we got you. Don't worry, Kiev, we got your back. And then Belarus is like, well, actually, we can't do that because I just wanted to join, and now you're not allowed to. Kiev, you stand alone. That doesn't make sense to me. They gotta pick some. Somebody's gotta work on their sound design. The na 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 for every single alert is a bit funny because it kind of sounds like a classic sort of arcade little celebratory tune, right? Like you're playing Dragon's Lair, you press the yup button when it should be the yup button, it goes na 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 na. So it's funny that even the oh shit, you lost a ship gets the same exact celebratory na 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 na. Great news, my liege, you lost boats. These are some hungry guys here. $68,000. I should keep these guys closer together. Lose 7 stability or lose 5 legitimacy. Fuck, man. Read the room. This is annoying because all of the groundwork I put here to be able to have land I could safely fall back to is all gone. I'm basically starting from zero. Shut up about Rosetta Mouth! I basically have to do it this way because the way the attrition works, are not getting anywhere above half morale. So you gotta kill a few people, then half morale. Kill a few people, then half morale. Hurry the fuck up on this! Okay, I'm bored. I'll just go back in time, alright? I'm being lazy about this. This has never been a too clean campaign anyway. The excuse always being it's the inaugural campaign, learning, yada yada yada. But I want to have fun with it. I'm getting bogged down with Tunis and Egypt and. So hurry it up, game, hurry it up. I'll lose a year or so, I don't mind that. And since it's gonna be a while, I should be caught up with the socials. More Nono art. More Laura de Sousa art. More Midnight Society. Oh man, weaving in the new Epstein file stuff with authors, certain authors, and Gaiman's return. The Incredibles' power of story, but even more powerful, the stories that we don't tell. Here's my NDA. Has it been 2 years since he was exiled? %96%. This game's loads sure do have a funny relationship with percentages. It's also got a funny relationship with loads too. You turn on the game, and it loads up, and then you gotta wait for a while more while it loads the menu. Wouldn't you call that not yet loaded then? Okay, so if we go all the way back to here, maybe there's not enough time to do things too differently. I can't... Like, who's my coalition? The Mamluks is the one in charge of it, right? No, Ottomans. Ottomans? So it's not even a coalition thing that drew Tunis into the same war then. Are they just allies? They are allies. Alliance with Tunis and the Cartids. So... I don't want to fight Tunis and Egypt at the same time, though. I don't have an easy way to break them up. Because if I'm gonna fight one, I'm gonna end up fighting both too. But what I'm thinking then is maybe when this expires, and then without the protection of being involved in Hungary's war, one of these choose to fire up, maybe it'll be somebody else. It could have been the Castilian Patriots, it could have been the Francian Patriots, who somehow still have nearly 200,000 people between one island, one tiny piece over there and one tiny piece over there. And they rolled with Egyptian Patriots instead. Which again, zero countries supporting. Doesn't zero countries supporting kinda mean that the Mamluks aren't supporting them? So I wonder if there's something additional on top of that, like... There's a cabinet action, isn't there, to support rebels or whatever shit? That you kind of need the relevant tech to do. Or not cabinet action, it's in the spy network, right? Covert action? Sow discontent? No, that's just stability down. Support rebels. Offer assistance to a group of rebels in a different country with the hope that the rebels are victorious. The new government in place will be friendly toward them. So maybe it's this very specific covert action that is represented in countries supporting Lower Egyptian or whatever else. So maybe it works like that, which makes this number kind of shitty pointless. And so then is it that when the rebellion fires, is it simply a random chance that the largest cultural power, be it Mamluks for the Egyptians, French for the Francian, and so on, just random chance to automatically pull them in? Or is it an event that they get saying, hey, do you want to support these guys or not? Because otherwise, this number's a liar. Big fat liar. So how do I make sense of you? Because right now it says no supporters. And so the number is a liar. Country supporting Lower Egyptian patriots is gonna end up being the Mamluk Sultanate of Egypt and their allies in Tunis. I suppose what I could do, if I know what's gonna be them, I could bring my guys down ahead of time and then march them to here. And in Asyut, that'll be our territory, and it won't count as exiled, and then we could just march on in without having to... Jeez, man. Losing so much morale just trying to pull into port. But I don't want to do it like that because that's foreign knowledge. That's basically how I played Crusader Kings 2 all the time in my first year of playing. Is, oh shit, I don't like this, reload it a year back, and then move my guys into position, and then let it fire. But that's not strategy, that's cheating. But even that was pretty exciting in early CK2. Early CK2, where the map basically... The map was basically like that. Ending very arbitrarily in the middle of Iran. And so when the Mongolians appear, they would appear like right over here, or right over here, or right over here. Or however the actual projection was. You know, they got their funny projection. I was like, oh man, Mongolians are gonna come. So I move all of my armies down to over here. But the Mongolians show up over there. So I reload the game, maybe my armies over here. They show up over there. But this line number's a pickle. The fact that if I sort by current progress, Lower Egyptian patriots are at the top of the list, even though Lower Egyptian, Zenati, Francian, Castilian, Orthodox, and Lutherans are all at 100%. So when this fires, is it simply the one that is on top of the list by progress, even if they're all equal? And so if that is a repeatable pattern, and I know that, oh man, Hungary's war is about to finish, and if Hungary's war finishes, then, okay, who's at the top of the list? I got everybody at 100, but every time I sort it, it's the Lower Egyptians at the top of the list. And if that's guaranteed then, that if everything... Well, now it's Castilian patriots if I sort like that. That's why I'm pressing all these numbers to all these other tabs here. To see if it's always Lower Egypt on top, or if I just... If I'm with the same tab, and I click the sort button, then it just flips and flips and flips. But if I move around, and I go back, Honestly, right now, I feel like can this be manipulated to choose who the next revolt is going to be? No kidding. I feel like that's actually a possibility. Could I break the sort? France has an ally in Bohemia, so I definitely don't want to fight them. But see, the shitty thing is it all says that none of them have anyone protecting them. I don't want to go all the way back to July and test it each and every time. I want to make forward progress. But now I'm curious how it decides which one it's going to be if we have multiple tide. Is it always going to be Lower Egyptian revolt, and then Egypt helping and Tunis helping because there's some kind of weight for them, with all things equal? Or is it going to be a more random selection? Or is there a logic to which one it chooses? I simply do not know, and I'm curious. On this list, which I can't sort, it's Castilians on top. Is it going off the list we have here? That in order of relevancy, Castilians all the way at the top of the list. Watch out, watch out, watch out. Invite to the yada yada, but then Mains is gonna join and kick me right out, so it makes absolutely no sense. Is there a way for me in this organization I could leave and that's it? Only the country seeking independence can start an independence war, and everybody else joins as a belligerent. He has as much support as he need to guarantee success against the Jochids. But I cannot encourage him to start his war. Zero countries supporting rebels. Zero countries supporting rebels. Zero countries supporting rebels. Zero countries supporting rebels. There are so many lies. Is there anything I can do with the Egypt to keep them from joining in? If there was a logic to it, then I'd have more comfort with whether or not they join. But for all I know, the 0-1 gate could simply be a dice roll. Transfer a subject? Nah. Violate sovereignty. They're threatened by us, diplomatic reputation, it's bad for us. Make them give us military access and food access. We could profess trust. We could improve opinion. I'm not using my diplomats anyway. So let's see how much the pattern repeats or doesn't. And now it shows Lutheran zealots at the top here. But I don't know if that matters or not. Like, I don't know if it's drawing from, like, who's on the top of this list or what. The top of the list does shimmy around a bit. Because we do have multiple factions equally at 100. There's Hungary's peace. And then there's Sheikdom Buhaira. And then Bulgaria's thing. And then Bulgaria's thing again. But you know what? They both pop on the first of the month. So it doesn't matter. Because for a moment I was thinking, okay, when Bulgaria revolts, we could help Hungary, and then we'd be too busy with the war. And as we're too busy with the war, then these guys won't fire. Except that doesn't work because they both pop at the first of the month anyway. So it seems like it wants to do Buhaira as the one to pop each time. And I really can't be bothered. Because I would find myself bored by that I wouldn't want to play again. It takes us till December to get down. And then January to make landfall. So even if I move my guys, what is from November that we make our way across? And then make our way to Egypt by December and landfall by January. So I could try to go earlier, since we know it wants to be Egypt. We don't know why it wants to be Egypt. And again, zero countries supporting, so why is Egypt joining? Let's see if the eggheads on the Reddit or anything else have any thoughts to illuminate here. EU5. Google's giving me the opposite. Rebels automatically rejoin country? No. Rebels in subject countries defecting? No, not what I want. Thoughts on rebellions? Rebellions get a next? Okay, minus a next because Google gets its head thought in a certain way. Minus a next because Google doesn't consider tenses. Okay, this is a different discussion entirely here. Okay. So. We know it's gonna be Egypt. The trouble is that I only know it's gonna be Egypt because of foreknowledge and save scumming. Which isn't very fun, because that's not predicting that it's going to be Egypt, that's just safe scumming to figure out which one the game wants to have fire next. Onyx is crying in the hallway, hold on. Onyx? Onyx, I hear you howling. What's wrong? Steven outside. Outside. Tunis just wants to go outside, even though he already gave himself a walk this morning. They like to put him in the garage when he cries at the garage because he likes to explore in there, but someone let him into the garage this morning not realizing the side door was open. So I had a little bit of a scare this morning, realizing, oh no, the door's open, Onyx isn't inside. Was about to search all over the hills for him, but I went outside out the back way, and there he was, just exploring around. And now that he's got a taste of freedom, he wants to go back out again. Spain's got themselves a little war, or yeah, a little ally going here too. Spanish Union, Spain, and Dortmund. Never heard of it. So I'm thinking that if I got the safety of the Austrian revolts, what if I simply start another war? Like, I get why Egypt is joining his side. I just wish the game was honest about it. I wish it would just say, yeah, there's a country supporting wherever it is. Like, if Egypt is going to join in this war, if it fires, just tick the number to 1. There's no reason for it to lie about it. If they are guaranteed going to join, then there is a country supporting the lower Egyptian patriots. Google being less than helpful on trying to find some kind of logic for this. Sunni view of Catholic, Italian tolerance of Sunniism. They like tea, cocoa, cloves, and olives. Integrated -10. Minus 0.35, minus 3.9, 5.6. So we got some happy folk, they're just not happy enough fast enough. Will become loyal again if satisfaction rises above 30.56. And of course, having less stability is hurting that threshold. Less legitimacy is hurting that threshold. As it stands, it's going to be Egypt. Like, as a rule, it's just going to be. And Bulgaria is going to break off here too. But because these will fire at the exact same time, we can't use Bulgaria to keep Egypt at bay. No Casus Belli, dropping me by 18.13 stability. Cologne would join in too. Cologne? You're helping out Tunis? Because they're in the anti-me coalition. So who could I bully if I want to hold off on this for a little while. Help out our vassal, perhaps? Our colony? Is there a way for me to join their war? Because they're currently in their 4th Roanoke-Cahokia War. I don't see a way to join him. There's enforced peace, enforced peace, for another war. Though we could join somebody else's war. Yeah. Does anybody else have a war going on? No. No. Canada-Cahokia War. We could enforce peace on them when this ends. We cannot start a war when you have rebels close to raising up. Nobility insurgents, Orthodox zealots, Lutheran zealots, progress above 95%, but it doesn't mention the Egyptians. Is the game basically considering them fired already, but debited for when this war were currently in ends? And of course, where is it? Cannot start war when you have rebels close to raising up because they know players would quickly figure out that rebels don't seem to fire as reliably when there's a war going on. So they know that we'll just do forever wars. Well, it sucks, but we know it's gonna be Egypt. So let's just take advantage of foreknowledge. And then Tunis is gonna join up over here. Where's Tunis's capital? They want a 2-front war. We'll just be super cheap and dirty and give them a 2-front war. Oh yeah, these guys were together, or should have been. I don't give you a mission? I'll sort that later. Really doing this all dirty like this way? Francian Patriots. We've had Francian Patriots once pull France into the war, and another one that didn't. So as far as I can tell, it's just dice. Maybe predetermined dice depending on seeds. But if having rebels close or above 95%, it's a hard lock on doing wars. I feel like with this list here, we're never going to have the freedom to do wars of our own again. They just have to wait for this to finish. You've got all of your votes, Pope. You don't got to deliberate any longer. 19 votes say yes. And there's only 8 votes remaining. It's a yes. Just give me my point date for heretics or for heathens. Bohemia has a great power rank of 3. No. They're catching up to me. 1506. You see, if I hover over their numbers, it says blank is the number blank power in the world with blank. If I scroll to my number, you're playing as this country. No shit. But show me what the score is. Why is this the only one that's different? I know that's me, you dumbass. I want to see what the score for it is, with what the following benefits are, and a great power score of whatever is due to yada yada yada. I can hover over this number, but not that number. I kind of already know that's me. That's why I'm hovering over it. $22.75 versus $15.06. So they're not going to replace me anytime soon. $25.88 for Great Wu. So we're only about 300 away from Great Wu. We could actually, feasibly, catch up for Great Wu. Although I guess that if I start losing populations here, by letting these colonies go free eventually, when they start wanting to rebel, then that's going to be... Where's population? Well, I could just hover there. Several millions it'll end up losing. 1.6 million, 3.994 million, 1.6 million, 8 million. Gotta squint. Where's your millions? Oh, there it is, all the way down there. 8.9 million. Because it is counting the population and subjects too, yeah? For the great power score? Regular navy, regular army, tax base, population scaled by control. That's 210. Trade capacity, army levy, used fort limit from subjects 243. 243. Okay, we got these guys in position already. Way ahead of schedule. These guys over here for Tunis. Hungary, wait until after November 1st, will ya? Be a bro. Be a bro and wait until after November 1st ticks. Peace. And then in just a few days... Shakedown Buhaira. Egypt supporting, even though it said 0 countries supporting. Which means it's a great fat liar. And then Tunis is gonna join. Hungary will ask you to join us. Poland will ask you to join us. And so, at the very least, there'll be less fucking pop-ups coming from Tunis side, just grabbing all these little things here. If we take their capital and a few cities around, it'll be a year until he could force a co-belligerent or whatever, their allies, from leaving the war. But I guess if we take their capital and some outlying cities, then at the very least, it'll give them something else to do, some other distraction than playing offensively. Tunis isn't playing red yet, or they're playing smart? Now that I got guys over there? There, 0% war score. Tunis isn't joining in. Okay, now they are. I was gonna say, maybe they recognize that I have all of my guys right on their border, and they don't want to mess with that. So, what to do with 53,000 monies? As long as I'm here. I could do more barracks and regimental camps. Because goodness knows I'm going to need so much more manpower still. Oh, that's a lake. I thought there was a tiny 3 there that's been hiding away. It's like, I see you there. I see you there waiting to build up. Cannot build on a lake. I'm reaching the maximum limit in so many of these places. Speed of integration, woo. Who? Got 500 guys here. I don't know about that. And where are you headed for? No place else? Kill him! Huh? Who are you? Did I forget building a third group? I must have forgotten building a third group. How about that? Huh. Huh. Oh, that's over here. They undid my progress so quickly. See, it takes me like a week to do stuff, just taking over a town. But it takes them like 3 days tops. Hurry it up. Hurry it up. I would bring these guys down this way, but they got no real place to put them. Let's go to Crete. Though I guess we could start off... If I have these guys come on up, then there'll be a beachhead. We just gotta work up towards it. So to Crete... Lost 3,000 of our guys anyway. Prisoners, they have risen up in revolt against their crown. Execute them as the traitors they are. See, look at that. That was barely any days. Having me go back and forth here. We fight the past, it fights back. Dedication to more liberal understanding of the place of the citizen and the state means that our neighbors have branded us a rogue nation, undermining traditional rights of crown, church, and guild. Lose 20 opinion from the Ottomans to Italy. Eh. Maybe I should keep these guys over here instead. There's a bit of fighting going on. Take over some more of these towns. Because right now, the Egyptian front is very narrow. I got caught. What are these? Heavies? Galleys. Come help out. Hermano. Your mom literally named you friend? Losing 17,000 when I don't have manpower replenishment. That's the sucky part. I don't have manpower replenishment right now. I don't know if manpower got recalculated, but I got nothing. Oh, cracking down on nobility insurgents at 100%. Well, there's no need for that anymore. I could stabilize country. Recovery effort. I could also give up on Egypt. I could also just find that Egypt isn't worth the effort. Cause I gotta do against Mamluks. I gotta go against Tunis. We worked so hard to get Egypt, though. Well, if I do get bored enough, I could always just, I don't know, leave the inaugural campaign to its successes. Seven days. It takes me 13. They need 7. Come on. Get the fuck off of that. I want to see the fort level. Fort level 4. Let's just join up with these guys. And if they're gonna go the long way anyway... Well, they can't go back in? 98k. This is really annoying because it's going really just back and forth, because 16. 16, but they get 7. Does it matter all in all? They landed some guys down. Eh. They'll take a white piece, and the moment I take any land, they say no. And that's their capital. And so I don't get the right to claim their capital yet. That's only 26 cost of peace. 26 only. So I could, feasibly, do enough war score progress that this one war concludes. But I got no man. What's the problem? Need 122k. 122k to fully reinforce. 5 years worth is 430. I need a whole year of peace. Maybe. I don't like these guys over there. Where are you going to? You gonna liberate your capital, or are you gonna come to me? And then these jerks down here too. Oh boy, Christiana Pietas. What do you mean, red? What do you mean, imminent battle likely to lose? These lies and slanders they tell. It's like it's not even dropping a half morale before they give up on the assault again. There, max morale, that's all they were missing. They didn't want to go in with a boo-boo. Do they recalculate the assault stuff too? Because I haven't been paying attention to the dev diaries. There was the apartment fire, there was extra power we were playing earlier, then Fields of Mystria, so lots of things that aren't catching up with diaries. Oh, I've got an actual 2,000 manpower. And the manpower losses are getting bigger. These might as well merge into one now. Minus 5% still, though. Two heavies and transports. This is all transport, some heavy, some galley. We got a lot of bitches around here. No, you jerks, go this way. No. I guess because it says two things over it. It feels like the zone of control stuff was so much simpler and understandable in Imperator Rome, which this does take a lot of cues from. Galleys, heavies. Okay, we'll just break through the barricade. Nobody coming from below. And if that gets sieged down, oh well. They might take some slaves or whatever. Or no. Just took Rhodos. That's it. Now, do I go to relieve Rhodos? And then further on down here, or do we keep bullying the Tunisians for now? Tunis? Medina? Have to wait for November of this year before it could peace out with them. What could we do? Revoke cores would be an easy one. But we haven't done enough to revoke everything. They still have, I guess, rights to get this stuff back. And if I want to revoke all of them... 73, 77. So I can't revoke them all. But I organize this by... Organize this by province, perhaps? It seems like it is, just not listed as such. So that'll be minus 58, which is more than I got. So... basically, I can only negotiate up to 6. Money's okay. If it's until November... I'm thinking what I could do instead then. Instead of negotiating for cash, or for revoking cores. Execute rulers only 8.7. Annuls all treaty with Egypt is 10, so I would only need a little bit more land taken by November. And then at the very least, Tunis and Egypt could peace out. But I think I'd be much happier just getting some gold and white piecing if I needed to. Penalty's active. What? At least it's telling me, but what do you mean? What do you mean? What do you call that? It is so dumb that Ruler General only goes for the tallest stack you got. Nothing else is more important than being the biggest boat or the biggest army. So if you're in the biggest boat, and you're actively fighting, and because you're actively fighting, you might have lost a few boats here or there, it's pretending as if you're not involved in the war at all. At least make it be any army or navy over a certain threshold, you know? If you're in the top 5% biggest size fleet or army, that's still pretty involved. If all it's looking at is the absolute biggest size, that's why for the longest time the absolute biggest size was these fleets over here until I split them up. Specifically because the only way to avoid the penalty would be to sit my kings and queens in Indonesia for the entire war. Because the biggest fleet was the expeditionary fleet. Makes sense, Paradox. I know what you're trying to do. You're trying to make it so your ruler general doesn't sit out the war. You're trying to avoid the Imperator Rome thing where you make somebody happy by giving them a fleet in the Adriatic, and then you never have to hear from them again. This penalty? Not a commander during a war. She's fucking leading her fleet in combat. Actively leading her fleet in combat. The fuck you mean, not a commander during war? It's very hard to arrange this like I want it. I guess this works. I want to get them all together for the screenshot. We're at war, checkmark. We have ruler must be commander during war, checkmark. Not leading the largest army or navy. So fucking stupid. Let it be your top 5% biggest army or navy or something like that. Oh no. You're leading the biggest army you have against the Bohemians, and it's such a big fight that you lost 3,000 soldiers in the middle of it. You coward. You loser. Abandon that army and get to the next one over. %. We got the capital, so that's 9%. Hey, where's my... Where's my greens? Give me my greens back. I didn't reset anything. Well, I guess I did reset when doing with Tunis. I pressed the button to reset demands. And I guess I'd reset it for here too. $33 only? But what's the damage? Current war enthusiasm? Level 2 fort, level 2 fort, Alexandria, level 4 fort. Siege, claim, siege. -22. Well, the Tunisians aren't doing anything. -95 still. Game, hurry it up. We can't protect Kiev because Maine says no. Hey, Detrimentus, how's a new patch? I'm finding it fun in some ways, making use of the local governors and naval governors to try to better spread out my proximity with new nodes is a pretty fun aspect of the game that I'm enjoying. But there's been some recalculations over the time, over the in the new patch. I have a whole lot more rebels with a whole lot bigger progress per month. And so this was my inaugural game from the release date. That's been basically turned into a Frankenstein's monster of a campaign with every single change stapled onto it over the course of several weeks and months. So I feel like what was already a less than efficient campaign is now even more precarious, since new calculations have to be applied to what was a Kingdom of Italy that was shaped with other calculations and considerations in mind. You can't figure out for the life of you where the limit is or where to get more local governors. I find that when the game is very cagey about its modifiers, like if you want to know exactly what your counter-espionage is but you can't find it, that the ledger is for you. There's far too many modifiers. What's that? Oh, potato impact on inflation, used for coins. But say you want to know how many governors you got. Local governors, naval governors. It buries the information, but it is there to find. And as far as how to get more of either. Actually, let me pull it back up. Every country gets 1 for local governors, and for naval governors, we're using administration of shipyards and harbor administrations also have a +1 to naval governors. They didn't when I got them last year, so that's a very nice treat. And then certain advances also increase your number of local governors. So we got the +1 that every country gets. Every country is allowed 1 local governor by default. And then absolutist ambition we picked up for the power projection, and now it gives a +1 local governors too, so bonus. And the very literally named local governor advance for major discovery also gives a +1. So there's not a lot of places to get more, and they do have limits. Like when I heard about local governors and naval governors, I got excited because I figured, oh yeah, this is great. I could put a naval governor over in Indonesia, and that'll be my +80 proximity, and it'll be just as if we own Indonesia directly. But they knew that we would try to do stuff like that, so local governors require a direct road connection. So I could put local governors in Italy, in Lower France, and in Spain. I won't be able to put any governors in Algeria or Tunis unless I took this over and that over. Now we can connect all this with the road. And same with Greece and Turkey. There's no chance at all of putting local governors here unless I took over all of Hungary and had this road network connecting Greece to Italy. And even my poor naval governors have to be within the same continent or adjacent. And so I could put a naval governor in Constantinople to boost some proximity here. And I had a naval governor in Egypt, which was great, because Egypt is pretty compact, and between the Nile and roads they had already, that was a huge boost to proximity, if it wasn't for this damn revolt but I can't exploit it. I can't put it as far away as in Havana or Indonesia, and then have it be as if it's just right next door. But it's still pretty cool. I do like some of the balance changes. It's just a shame that some of the balance changes means that, I basically have to spend the last century either playing defensively or losing some of the hard-fought territory we earned back in December. And I might just be a little baby and load all the way back to the start of the war, be like, whatever, we held Egypt for a day, let them go, too much trouble than it's worth, rebuild manpower, because my poor manpower, my manpower and my rebels were perfectly balanced last year, and now they're not. So, I can't fault myself for not playing the most efficiently. I was more of a Crusader Kings guy than an EU guy. So, if the inaugural patchwork, so many patches, so many hotfixes, so many beta patches, ends up expanding, then contracting, then hey, it's one full campaign. The important thing is it's a learning process for me. Minus 31 boats, all of my transports, and they're still going! They're still fucking going! How on earth are they still going? We won. Ultimately, we won, but... my poor dudes. It also feels like the assaults have changed. It used to be you just push the assault button, and unless you got to low morale, you would just keep on assaulting away until the defenders completely depleted. What do you mean Egypt won? I put those guys back into port. Get the fuck out. And now they're bullying after here. AI still gets to do stuff with their boats that we never get to. AI could lose a naval battle, park their boat, put it right back out, and get right back to punching. Which wouldn't be too big of a deal, except I got all of my regulars on there. And regulars don't just swim back to shore like levies do. I might actually lose those guys. Where'd they go? There they go. Somehow Egypt lost again. I don't know how, but they did. And they're probably gonna keep on following. St. George's Bay? You see that? You fucking see that? They could keep losing a billion times, but they get right back into the fight. Johan! I thought you talked about this. I thought there was a higher chance of losing ships and capturing ships in combat. And instead all we're doing is losing my ships, as they keep on coming back for more. If they lost, send them to fucking port. This boat is a Terminator, basically. It's lost 2-3 times in a row, but it keeps on coming back to fight. Now, see that? Basically, just as soon as we assault, it ends. And it's not even a morale issue. This feels a whole lot clunkier. Is it like just assault for a day? Because if so, this is a whole lot more micromanaging. Assault, wait. Assault, wait. Assault, wait. I think it is. I think assault is just one day now. It actually is just 1 day assault. And not just keep going until the morale lets up. That's on purpose, isn't it? That's their so-called balance for the carpet assaults that we do, is just make it more of a chore to do it. Which means every 1 day, you click assault, you go to the next fort, you click assault, you click to the next fort, click assault, go to the next fort, click assault. Then a lapse of time, and then that's it, the assault's done. And then you tick a day, and then you click assault, you click assault, you click assault, you click assault. That's totally what it is. They just made busy work out of it. It doesn't look as if we lose any more people. The morale doesn't deplete faster. They just chopped down what would have been 4 days of assault until either you win the fort or your morale makes you give up for that cycle, and just made it a day by day by day by day by day by day by day thing. That's actually really funny in a very tragic way. Okay, there's my regulars. Now where's my... Where's the transport? Also, a fucking penalty for not being in the biggest army? Fine. If the penalty for not being in the biggest army is really going to just do it like that, then I guess we're sitting out every single war in Indonesia then, because the only thing they care about is largest army. You gotta make sure you're in the largest army. And if the 7th Navy is the largest army, then there we go. We're not gaming the system, we're in the largest army. Oh, and now Tunis has some guys over here. Egypt, why aren't you swarming 100,000 levies at me? My manpower is weak. My troops are depleted. You could kill me in a day. Oh, the unseizure stuff over there. When did that happen? It doesn't tell us when they liberate their occupations then, because Cosentina is one we took from Tunis early on. It never thinks to warn you, hey, your occupation's just ended, they took it back. There's real basic things that were easy no-brainers. Back in CK2, that they think you don't care about in EU5. But the what do I know? I'm not Mr. I've been making strategy games for 20 years. I know what people like. I'm sure you know what you like and what the forum culture likes, Mr. Johan. -3. So just a little bit more and we should be able to bring an end to this. Let's join. Could I join in your thing here? Because you got your own going on. And by you, I mean me. We could enforce culture. Embrace Neapolitan as a primary. Stops assimilating North Muntenia. Place relative on the throne of Hungary. Wouldn't that end our assimilation, though? Rein them in. Cancel annexation. Oh, there's no joining war? Because I want to join their war, so one of these other assholes don't pop up immediately afterwards, and I'm still trying to grow! I gotta grow my manpower! How do I just have all of my sailors learn how to shoot muskets and aim pikes? This is the silliest thing. Wait a second. Oh, right, prisoners. They're trying to liberate their prisoners. Kill them. They're traitors to the crown. Do a day's assault. Take a break. Do a day's assault. Take a break. Do a day's assault. Take a break, do a day's assault, kill 30 guys, do a day's assault, kill 30 guys, do a day's assault. Alright. And then take their lunch money. $75,000 guys lost on my side. And too many boats. And the trouble is, when the next month pops up, how many's at 100? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 at 100% already. Some of these will just be minor rebellions that just give little penalties to my land for 10 years. And I could live with that. Did they destroy my naval governor? They did, the assholes. Okay, who's next? We got until the month ticks. Zenati Patriots are gonna be over here. Wouldn't it be great if Tunis helps them out? And pulls Egypt back into the war. But they got truces now. They got truces. They probably won't automatically flip in, even though it says 0 countries supporting, 0 countries supporting, 0 countries supporting. It said the exact same thing for the lower Egyptian patriots. 0 countries supporting. And then they flipped on over to, hey, Mamluks, help us out here. So, that means that there's a non-zero chance that even though it says 0 countries supporting the Francian patriots, the King of France might support them, and if the King of France does, then his ally, the Kingdom of Bohemia, does. Oh my goodness, it's Mel Brooks! Okay, let me take a screenshot, because that's actually pretty funny. But, Mel Brooks, you're supposed to be King of France! They got you on the wrong kingdom, Mel! Let me send this to a Discord server I know would appreciate it. But at least we do know it is going to be the 1st of October, because the start of the month is when all the things fire up. When weddings were still things that you had to assign for your nobles and everybody else. First of the month is when every single well, no, not for the notification for birthdays. Because everyone's birthday's whenever. But still, first of the month, you get all those events firing at the exact same time. And so because we do have patriots, zealots, insurgents at 100%, 2 weeks. 2 weeks. 2 weeks and my armies are split and my boats have all been butchered? The change to naval warfare that makes it where it's more likely for boats to be destroyed. The outcome of that has mostly been my boats get destroyed because we have a lot of transports going in on the fights to move guys around and all these other fleets to play protection. And so when my mainly transport fleet gets caught, 20, 30 boats lost at a time, I gotta buy more boats. At least my economy is all right enough that I'm swimming in an excess of money. 1732. And I'm only making 2,400 bucks per month with some very inefficient economy. Other people on the Reddit, they had it where they're making easy 5 digits a month and deep 5 digits too, not just a Peaslee 11,000. They're making bank off their trade and whatnot. Never been my strength. I still want to take this inaugural playthrough all the way to the end. But it really is going to be pulling teeth. It's going to be pulling teeth now because all this is queued up. 7, was it? Zanati, the Francian, the Castilian, the Nobility, the Orthodox, the Alpine is probably just going to be nothing. Nobility wouldn't be a minor revolt, because that's my actual nobles, would it? Because when it's small enough... When it's a small enough revolt now, instead of just like 16 uncles getting drunk in the Alps, trying to get Basil or Navarra to back them up, and then they never do. And then they just winter in a castle over the weekend before our guys come over and kick their asses. Now, if a revolt is small enough, it's just a debuff to the locations for a decade. Nobility insurgents are small enough that they might qualify for that, but they are actually my estates revolting against me. So would it? I guess it'd be interesting to see. I'm gonna lock in the mistakes made. I totally shouldn't, but I will. So who's it gonna be? First of the month, is it gonna be Zanati? Is it gonna be Francian, pulling in France, pulling in Bohemia? Is it gonna be Castilians? Maybe pulling in Castile, in which case we could get some extra land. Because I'm nothing if not greedy. Is Nobility Insurgent going to actually fire and occupy all this territory? Or is it going to be all the green locations get a debuff, and this one tiny purple location actually revolts? I don't know. So let's see who it's going to be. Cabinet of Curiosity. 36,000 for 5 research progress. Now, I've seen a Reddit thread where somebody had the choice of paying the equivalent of like 16 full universities constructed to pay for one scientist or whatever for 5% research. And everybody in the room was like, oh no, you gotta do it, you gotta do it. Anything is worth a 5% research progress. I do have 60,000 that I'm not really doing. Right now, I'm making money that is comfortable for me, because of the way money scales. The money I'm making right now, I would consider as living within my means. And getting a quick boost to my research is a pretty good use of half my money. I might just believe him. 36,000 for a Cabinet of Curiosities. Now where's my... Where's my other transportation fleet? You're bringing these guys over. Was this the other one? Briggs? Yeah. Proximity's back to garbage. Control's okay for now, but all that's gonna sink away too. Zanati Patriots. Okay. Alright. And they don't have anybody backing them. Which means all these and everybody else queuing up will get to be delayed for a bit. Alright. That's basically... This is basically a break between all of Mamluks and Tunis, and then whoever else is going to come up, especially if it is Francians to France to Bohemia. Ugh. So, let me see. More burger mansions to replace the ones we destroyed. They're building plenty of roads. I'm happy to my estates for that. So they are building more infrastructure than not. They're putting their... Had some burps coming in. Their lavish wealth to actual use. Regimental camps, I got a few more going. Barracks. Naval governor. This is going to take over half a year. But I'm basically running shy on where I could build more barracks and regimental camps, because that's down to accepted or primary culture. And Neapolitan is basically wiping out every other accepted Italian culture we've accepted. So I gotta shift some of these around. Cost prestige too. Like, Median's barely a presence. Sicilian is barely a presence. Even Neapolitan is barely a presence outside the core regions. Which means that the regimental grounds and barracks in those areas are going to end up disabled when there's no more primary or accepted culture dominated areas in them. I still have lots and lots of manpower potential, 433,000 maximum. But at the point where I gotta replenish so many regulars, I need so much more manpower and can't constantly be doing rebellions. I gotta make some friends. Italy stands alone right now. But accepted cultures after our law changes are as high as 4.91. And it appears that the cost, the discount we get for accepting cultures, is not retroactive. I've only got 33 prestige. If I look by presence in country, Lower Egyptians are discriminated. Well, whose fault is that? Cultural capacity usage, if accepted, is 2.15. The game really does want you to make monocultures. This would be so much easier if all of these other cultures were wiped out and replaced with Neapolitans. And that's exactly what the game wants you to do. I don't like that, and so I make it harder on myself by trying to have a diverse nation, because there's a limit to how many cultures you're allowed to be friendly to, and then you have to be racist to everybody else, which makes them unhappy with you. And if you want to build up manpower, they have to be at least accepted, so you could actually use them for regimental camps and barracks to build up manpower, because they can only be in accepted or primary culture areas. But if there's one silver lining to it, it's that while the game wants you to be a racist and only accept a very few people, you could be a nuanced racist. If I wanted to, we have the ability to integrate area and not integrate area. Assimilate. But only one could do assimilate area at a time. We could assimilate a given culture in a location or in an area to one of their own cousins. Like if I want Spain, if I don't want Spain to be all Italian, if I want to say I want North Africa to be North Africans, I want Spain to be Spanish, I want Egypt to be Egypt, I want Italy to be Italian. So what I could do is I could turn all of Italy into Neapolitans, and then I could choose to say turn all of Spain into Castilian or Catalans, turn all of North Africa from Tunisians, Algerians, Anati, Moroccans to all Tunisians, and then Lower Egyptian, Upper Egyptian, Libyan, Levantine. I can make all this Lower Egyptian. And so if I do it that way, then I'd have something akin to a diverse realm. but it'd be a limited diversity. Not allowed to be African unless you're Tunisian. Not allowed to be Spanish unless you're Catalan. Not allowed to be any flavor of Egyptian unless you perform things the lower Egyptian way. Which I guess isn't too dissimilar to how I would do it in Crusader Kings 2. Sometimes I might not have somebody in mind who I want to be resembling that specific local culture, where I put a guy in charge of a large geographic area, and so I at least make it someone of a similar culture group, and I figure, well, he's leading over his cousins, he'll be fine. Now, clearly, it's far too late for this playthrough because we only got like 100 years left. 105 years, right? Because Age of Revolutions, 1836. So 104 years. But I guess then, though you are limited by the number of cabinet members you have, right now we have a lot. But early game you don't really. So I guess then what we could do is, from mid-early game onwards, always be assimilating. My core region I could make to my own culture, and then at times when I advance out to other areas, then I could pick a culture, be it Languedocian or Gascon, or whatever else, and decide, okay, or Provençal, because hey, we were part of the province Naples personal union at the start. All these will be Provençals, all these will be Catalan or Aragonese, all these will be Tunisian. And then we could slowly build up homogenous, diverse representation. And then that way I wouldn't have to have all these nobodies that I've accepted now. Median, 2.67, accepted culture. Sicilian, 2.01 now, accepted culture. Greeks are alright, 8.87. They're holding pretty fast over there, though they are losing some ground at the fringes. That's probably more because of all of the Frenchmen that start off controlling parts of those areas, the Albanians, they have Albanians. Tunisians are 4.08, but that's only because we've gotten so many other guys that their population proportion shrunk. So, I don't own a lot of Egypt. Basically just a delta and the important parts of the Nile, but those are such important parts of Egypt that this is basically the most of the population. And so this just little sperm here is nearly catching up to Neapolitans. Then Greeks, then Castilians, then Tunisians, then Catalan. So if I was more forward-thinking, we would cut off everybody else, all these other Italians, and merge the Italians into my type of Italian. The Italians will all be moi. Then tolerate or accept the Lower Egyptians, tolerate or accept the Greeks, the Tunisians, and either Castilian or Catalan, depending on which one I like more. And that way, I wouldn't have to juggle all these low percenters. Low percent, low percent, low percent. But at any rate, 6.5 hours seems pretty decent for checking out the 1.1.0 patch, seeing what stuff are cool, how to play around the changes, and then getting absolutely bodied by some of the other changes. The eternal question is, of course, do I continue this inaugural playthrough? Or do I put the inaugural playthrough to a close and just do like fresh playthroughs, playing the new updates from the beginning? I think we'll continue it. Now, I do think some changes are goofy, like the way the assaults changed to being exactly the same. Except instead of a week of assault, it's 1 day, pause, 1 day, pause, 1 day, pause, 1 day, pause, 1 day, pause. You can't convince me that's not goofy, because it is. That's just goofy. That's making busy work instead of doing a balance. Instead of doing a balance, that's just discouraging the player by making it more annoying to do it. And it's really funny that they're doing it that way. And we've seen the changes to naval combat is making it especially more difficult for my transportation fleets to go about on their own. We do have loads of cash, or we're making loads of cash, so I should probably rearrange my navy some. I gotta make more boats to accommodate those lost. I got tons of sailors. It's my manpower I gotta worry about. 170,000 to fully reinforce, and I don't have 170,000 to reinforce because of the aforementioned cultural issues. Expanding to all the world in prior updates, and now this one comes out and I might have to seriously considering contracting. But I did save, right? Yeah, we saved. Ooh, music got louder for a second there. But that's going to be where I call it for now. Computer, don't go freezing on me just because I alt-tab out. In the middle of the game crashing and not... Where's the mic supposed to go? Here? There? There? How about here? We'll put it here. The music's still going, what the heck? Just close out already, game. You're overlapping the music. You're outstaying your welcome. Oh, now it's crashed itself. Alright. Alright, now that it's dead. Dead and done. Let's see who we are going, well... Crashing EU5 has made the entire computer act a lot more sluggish. Firefox, don't you slug down too? Because I gotta see who's online to raid. I saw Schubert was on, I saw McCall was on. Schubert representing Finland, playing My Summer Car. McCall's playing Fantasy Pinball Adventure. Oh, but MP83 is also on, doing his viewer suggestions number 3 for partner push. Let's go see MP. MP is cool people. They'll probably bounce around between those 3 too. So far, the beta release of 1.1.0 is looking alright. It's just a shame that it's put all these rebels into my lap. Maybe we'll get a handle on it. Imperator Rome also had a moment where lots and lots of rebels popped up, but that was trying to learn Imperator Rome and not realizing that I should have been doing a bit more infrastructure building than I was doing. This is more, whoops, the numbers changed. Sucks to be me. How do we advance from here? But until then, I'm going to toss you guys on over to MP83. So stick around, say hi to him, and I'll catch you guys in a little bit. Take care.
はちゃめちゃ忙しいスーパーヒーローお肉の手入れサインの練習空手 ったら牛丼片手にダンシンロックンロール強い当たり前素敵そりゃそうさかわいい照れるな美徳ガックン手の突っ張りはいらんですよおお言葉の意味はよくわからんがとにかくすごい自信だレスラー怪獣私が相手だと